Section 29 of The Natural History, Vol.4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. The Natural History, Vol.4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 29. Chapter 22. The Natural History of 20 different kinds of plants which grow in gardens, the proper methods to be followed in sowing them respectively. Of some plants the fruits are in the earth, of others both in the earth and out of it, and of others again out of the earth solely. Some of them increase as they lie upon the ground, gourds and cucumbers for instance. The same products will grow also in a hanging position, but they are much heavier even then than any of the fruits that grow upon trees. The cucumber, however, is composed of cartilage and of fleshy substance, while the gourd consists of rind and cartilage. This last is the only vegetable production the outer coat of which becomes of a ligneous nature when ripe. Radishes, turnips, and rape are hidden in the earth, and so too are elecampana, skirrets, and parsnips, though in a different manner. There are some plants, again, to which we shall give the name of phaerolochias, anise and mallows for instance. Indeed, we find it stated by some writers that in Arabia the mallow becomes arborescent at the 6th month, so much so, in fact, as to admit of its being used for walking sticks. We have another instance again in the mallow tree of Mauritania, which is found at Lixus, a city built upon an estuary there, and at which spot it is said were formerly the gardens of Hesperides, at a distance of 200 paces from the ocean, near the shrine of Hercules, more ancient, tradition says, than the temple at Gades. This mallow tree is 20 feet in height, and of such a thickness that there is not a person in existence who is able with his arms to span its girth. In the class of phaerolaceous plants we must include hemp also. There are some plants, again, to which we must give the appellation of fleshy, such as those spongy productions which are found growing in damp meadows. As to the fungus, with a hard tongue flesh, we have already made mention of it when speaking of wood and trees, and of truffles, which form another variety, we have but very recently given a description. Chapter 23. Vegetables of a cartilaginous nature, cucumbers, pipones. The cucumber belongs to the cartilaginous class of plants, and grows above the ground. It was a wonderful favorite with the Emperor Tiberius, and, indeed, he was never without it, for he had raised beds made in frames upon wheels, by means of which the cucumbers were moved and exposed to the full heat of the sun, while, in winter, they were withdrawn and placed under the protection of frames glazed with mirror stone. We find it stated, also, by the ancient Greek writers, that the cucumber ought to be propagated from seed that has been steeped a couple days in milk and honey, this method having the effect of rendering them all the sweeter to the taste. The cucumber, while growing, may be trained to take any form that may be wished. In Italy cucumbers are green and very small, while those grown in some of the provinces are remarkably large, and of a wax color or black. Those of Africa, which are also remarkably prolific, are held in high esteem. The same too with the cucumbers of Murcia, which are by far the largest of all. When the cucumber acquires a very considerable volume, it is known to us as the pepo. Cucumbers when eaten remain in the stomach till the following day, and are very difficult of digestion. Still, for all that, in general they are not considered very unwholesome. By nature they have a wonderful hatred to oil, and no less affection for water, and this after they have been cut from the stem even. If water is within a moderate distance of them, they will creep towards it, while from oil, on the other hand, they will shrink away. If any obstacle, too, should happen to arrest their progress, or if they are left to hang, they will grow curved and crooked. Of these facts we may be satisfactorily convinced in a single night even, for if a vessel filled with water is placed at 4 fingers' distance from a cucumber, it will be found to have descended to it by the following morning, but if the same is done with oil, it will have assumed the curved form of a hook by the next day. If hung in a tube while in blossom, the cucumber will grow to a most surprising length. It is only of late, too, that a cucumber of entirely new shape has been produced in Campania, it having just the form of a quince. It was quite by accident, I am told, that the first one acquired this shape in growing, and it was from the seed of this that all the others have been reproduced. The name given to this variety is Melopipo. These last do not grow hanging, but assume their round shape as they lie on the ground. A thing that is very remarkable in them, in addition to their shape, color, and smell, is the fact that when ripe, although they do not hang from the stem, they separate from it at the stalk. Columella has given us a plan of his, by which we may have cucumbers the whole year round. The largest bramble bush that can be procured is transported to a warm, sunny spot, and then cut down about the time of the vernal equinox, to within a couple of fingers from the ground. A cucumber seed is then inserted in the pith of the bramble, and the roots are well moulded up with fine earth and manure, to withstand the cold. According to the Greeks there are 3 kinds of cucumbers, the Laconian, the Sitalic, and the Boeotian, the Laconian being the only one among them that is fond of the water. There are some persons who recommend steeping the seed of the cucumber in the juice of the herb known as the culex. The produce, they say, will be sure to grow without seeds. Chapter 24. Gourds. Gourds resemble the cucumber in nature, at least in their manner of growing. They manifest an equal aversion to the winter, too, while they require constant watering and manure. Both cucumbers and gourds are sown in holes a foot and a half deep between the vernal equinox and the summer solstice, at the time of the perilla more particularly. Some persons, however, think it better to sow gourds after the calends of March, and cucumbers after the nones, and at the time of the quinquateria. The cucumber and the gourd climb upwards in precisely similar manner, their shoots creeping along the rough surface of the walls, even to the very roof, so great is their fondness for elevated spots. They have not sufficient strength, however, to support themselves without the aid of stays. Shooting upwards with the greatest rapidity, they soon cover with their light shade the arched roofs of the houses and the trellises on which they are trained. From this circumstance it is that we find the gourd classified into 2 primary kinds, the roof gourd and the common gourd, which creeps upon the ground. In the first kind, from a stalk of remarkable thinness is suspended a fruit of considerable weight and volume, and quite immovable by the action of the wind. The gourd, too, as well as the cucumber, admits of being lengthened to any extent by the aid of an osier tube more particularly. Just after the blossom has fallen off the plant is introduced into these tubes, and as it grows it can be made to assume any form that may be wished, that of a serpent coiled up being the one that is mostly preferred. If left at liberty to grow as it hangs, it has been known before now to attain to no less than 9 feet in length. The cucumber flowers gradually, blossom succeeding blossom, and adapts itself perfectly well to dry soil. It is covered with a white down, which increases in quantity as the plant gains in size. The gourd admits of being applied to more numerous uses than the cucumber even. The stem is used as an article of food when young, but at a later period it changes its nature, and its qualities become totally different. Of late gourds have come to be used in baths for jugs and pitchers, but for this long time past they have been employed as casks, for keeping wine. The rind is tender when the fruit is green, but still it is always scraped off when the gourd is used for food. It admits of being eaten several ways, and forms a light and wholesome aliment, and this although it is one of the fruits that are difficult of digestion by the human stomach, and are apt to swell out those who eat of them. The seeds which lie nearest to the neck of the gourd produce fruit of remarkable length, and so do those which lie at the lower extremities, though not at all comparable with the others. Those, on the other hand, which lie in the middle, produce gourds of a round shape, and those on the sides fruit that are thick and short. The seeds are dried by being placed in the shade, and when wanted for sowing, they are steeped in water first. The longer and thinner the gourd is, the more agreeable it is to the palate, and hence it is that those which have been left to grow hanging are reckoned the most wholesome. These, too, have fewer seeds than the others, the hardness of which is apt to render the fruit less agreeable for eating. Those which are intended for keeping seed are usually not cut before the winter sets in. and they are then dried in the smoke and are extensively employed for preserving garden seeds and for making other articles of domestic use. There has been a method discovered also of preserving the gourd for table, and the cucumber as well, till nearly the time when next year's crop is ripe. This is done by putting them in brine. We are assured, too, that if put in a hole dug in a place well shaded from the sun, with a layer of sand beneath and dry hay and earth upon the top of them, they may be kept green for a very long time. We also find wild cucumbers and gourds, and indeed the same is the case with pretty nearly all the garden plants. These wild varieties, however, are only possessed of certain medicinal properties, and for this reason we shall defer any further mention of them until we come to the books appropriated to that subject. Chapter 25. Rape. Turnips. The other plants that are of a cartilaginous nature are concealed, all of them, in the earth. In the number of these is the rape, a subject upon which it would almost appear that we have treated at sufficient length already, were it not that we think it well to observe that medical men call those which are round male, while those which are larger and more elongated are known to them as female rape. These last are superior in sweetness and better for keeping, but by successive sowings they are changed into male rape. The same authors, too, have distinguished 5 different varieties of the turnip: the Corinthian, the Colonian, the Leothasian, the Boeotian, and the one which they have characterized as peculiarly the green turnip. The Corinthian turnip grows to a very large size, and the root is all but out of the ground. Indeed, this is the only kind that, in growing, shoots upwards, and not as the others do, downwards into the ground. The Leothasian is known by some persons as the Thracian turnip. It is the one that stands extreme cold, the best of all. Next to it, the Boeotian kind is the sweetest. It is remarkable also for the roundness of its shape and its shortness, while the Cleonian turnip, on the other hand, is of an elongated form. Those, in general, which have a thin, smooth leaf are the sweetest, while those, again, the leaf of which is rough, angular, and prickly, have a pungent taste. There is a kind of wild turnip also, the leaves of which resemble those of rocket. At Rome, the highest rank is given to the turnips of Amiternum and those of Nursia. After them, those grown in the neighbourhood of the city are held in next degree of esteem. The other particulars connected with the sowing of the turnip have already been mentioned by us when speaking of the rape. Chapter 26. Radishes. Radishes are composed of an outer coat and a cartilaginous substance, and in many instances the rind is found to be thicker than the bark of some trees. This plant is remarkable for its pungency, which increases in proportion to the thickness of the rind. In some cases, too, the surface of it assumes a ligneous nature. Radishes are flatulent to a remarkable degree, and are productive of eructations. Hence it is that they are looked upon as an aliment only fit for low-bred people, and this more particularly if coleworts are eaten directly after them. If, on the other hand, they are eaten with green olives, the eructations produced are not so frequent, and less offensive. In Egypt the radish is held in very high esteem on account of the abundance of oil that is extracted from the seed. Indeed, the people of that country sow this plant in preference to any other whenever they can get the opportunity, the profits derived from it being larger than those obtained from the cultivation of corn, and the imposts levied upon it considerably less. There is no grain known that yields a larger quantity of oil. The Greeks have distinguished the radish into 3 different kinds, according to the characteristic features of the leaves, there being the crisped leaf, the smooth leaf, and the wild radish, the leaf of which is smooth, but shorter than that of the others. It is round also, grows in great abundance, and spreads like a shrub. The taste of this last variety is acrid, and it acts medicinally as a strong purgative. In the first kind again, there are certain differences determined by the seed, for in some varieties the seed is of an inferior quality, and in others remarkably small. These defects, however, are only found to exist in the kind that has the crisped leaf. Our own people, again, have found other varieties of the radish. There is the Algidon radish, long and transparent, so called from the place of its growth. Another, similar to rape in form, is known as the Syrian radish. It is pretty nearly the mildest and most tender of them all, and is well able to bear the winter. The best of all, however, is the one that has been brought from Syria, very recently, it would seem, as we do not find it mentioned by any of our writers. It lasts the whole of the winter through. In addition to these kinds there is another, a wild variety, known by the Greeks as agrion, and to the people of Pontus as armon, while others again call it leus, and our people amaracea. It has more leaves, however, than root. In testing the quality of the radish, it is the stem more particularly that is looked at, and in those which are acrid to the taste, for instance, it is rounder and thicker than in the others, and grooved with long channels, while the leaves are more unsightly to the eye, being angular and covered with prickles. The radish requires to be sown in a loose, humid soil, has a great aversion to manure, and is content with the dressing solely of chaff. So fond is it of the cold that in Germany it is known to grow as large as an infant in size. For the spring crop it is sown immediately after the Ides of February, and then again about the time of the Vulcanalia, this last crop being looked upon as the best. Many persons, however, sow radishes in March, April, and September. When the plant begins to grow to any size, it is considered a good plan to cover up the leaves successively, and to earth up the root as well, for the part of it which appears above ground is apt to become hard and pithy. Aristomachus recommends that the leaves be taken off in winter, and the roots to be well moulded up to prevent the water from accumulating about them, and he says that by using these precautions they will be all the finer in the summer. Some authors have mentioned a plan of making a hole with a dibble and covering it at the bottom with a layer of chaff 6 fingers in depth. Upon this layer the seed is put, and then covered over with manure and earth, the result of which is, according to their statement, that radishes are obtained full as large as the hole so made. It is salt, however, that conduces more particularly to their nutriment, and hence it is that they are often watered with brine. In Egypt, too, the growers sprinkle nitre over them, the roots being remarkable for their mildness. The salt, too, has a similar effect of removing all the pungency, and when thus treated they become very similar in their qualities to radishes that have been boiled, for when boiled they become sweet and mild, and eat, in fact, just like turnips. Medical men recommend raw radishes to be eaten fasting, with salt, for the purpose of collecting the crude humours of the viscera, and in this way they prepare them for the action of emetics. It is said, too, that the juices of this plant are absolutely necessary for the cure of certain diseases of the diaphragm. For it has been found by experiment in Egypt that the phthiriasis which attaches itself to the internal parts of the heart cannot possibly be eradicated by any other remedy, the kings of that country having ordered the bodies of the dead to be opened and examined for the purpose of inquiring into certain diseases. Such, too, is the frivolity of the Greeks, that, in the temple of Apollo at Delphi, it is said, the radish is so greatly preferred to all other articles of diet, as to be represented there in gold, the beet in silver, and the rape in lead. You might be very sure that Manius Corius was not a native of that country, the general whom, as we find stated in our annals, the ambassadors of the Samnites found busy roasting rape at the fire, when they came to offer him the gold which he so indignantly refused. Muschoion, too, a Greek author, has written a volume on the subject of the radish. These vegetables are considered a very useful article of food during the winter, but they are at all times very injurious to the teeth, as they are apt to wear them away. At all events, they give a polish to ivory. There is a great antipathy between the radish and the vine, which last will shrink from the radish if sown in its vicinity. Chapter 27. Parsnips. The other kinds which have been classified by us among the cartilaginous plants are of a more ligneous nature, and it is a singular thing that they have, all of them, a strong flavour. Among these there is one kind of wild parsnip which grows spontaneously. By the Greeks it is known as staphylonis. Another kind of parsnip is grown either from the root transplanted, or else from seed, at the beginning of the spring or in the autumn. Hyginus says that this may be done in February, August, September, and October, the ground being dug to a very considerable depth for the purpose. The parsnip begins to be fit for eating at the end of the year, but it is still better at the end of 2. It is reckoned more agreeable eating in the autumn, and more particularly if cooked in the saucepan. Even then, however, it preserves its strong pungent flavour, which it is found quite impossible to get rid of. The hibiscum differs from the parsnip in being more slender. It is rejected as a food, but is found useful for its medicinal properties. There is a 4th kind also, which bears a similar degree of resemblance to the parsnip. By our people it is called the Galicia, while the Greeks, who have distinguished 4 varieties of it, give it the common name of Daucus. We shall have further occasion to mention it among the medicinal plants. Chapter 28. The Skirret. The skirret, too, has had its reputation established by the Emperor Tiberius, who demanded a supply of it every year from Germany. It is at Gelduba, a fortress situate on the banks of the Rhenus, that the finest are grown, from which it would appear that they thrive best in a cold climate. There is a string running through the whole length of the skirret, and which is drawn out after it is boiled. But still for all this a considerable proportion of its natural pungency is retained. Indeed, when modified by the addition of a honeyed wine, this is even thought to impart to dishes an additional relish. The larger parsnip has also a similar string inside, but only when it is a year old. The proper time for sowing the skirret is in the months of February, March, April, August, September, and October. Chapter 29. El Campana. El Campana is not so elongated as the preceding roots, but more substantial and more pungent. Eaten by itself it is very injurious to the stomach, but when mixed with other condiments of a sweet nature it is extremely wholesome. There are several methods employed for modifying its natural acridity and rendering it agreeable to the palate. Thus, for instance, when dried it is reduced to a fine flour and then mixed with some sweet liquid or other, or else it is boiled in vinegar and water, or kept to soak in it. It is also steeped in various other ways and then mixed with boiled grape juice, or else incorporated with honey or raisins or dates with plenty of meat on them. Other persons, again, have a method of preparing it with quinces, or else sorbs or plums, while sometimes the flavour is varied by the addition of pepper or thyme. This plant is particularly good for weakness of the stomach, and it has acquired a high reputation from the circumstance that Julia Augusta used to eat it daily. The seed of it is quite useless, as the plant is reproduced, like the reed, from eyes extracted from the root. This vegetable, as well as the skirret and the parsnip, is sown both in spring and autumn, a considerable distance being left between the plants. Indeed, for El Campana a space of no less than 3 feet is required, as it throws out its shoots to a very considerable distance. Skirrets, however, are best transplanted. Chapter 30. Bulbs, squills, and arum. Next in affinity to these plants are the bulbs, which Cato, speaking in high terms of those of Megara, recommends most particularly for cultivation. Among these bulbs the squill, we find, occupies the very highest rank, although by nature it is medicinal and is employed for imparting an additional sharpness to vinegar. Indeed, there is no bulb known that grows to a larger size than this, or is possessed of a greater degree of pungency. There are 2 varieties of it employed in medicine, the male squill, which has white leaves, and the female squill, with black ones. There is a 3rd kind also, which is good to eat and is known as the Epimenidium squill. The leaf is narrower than in the other kinds and not so rough. All the squills have numerous seeds, but they come up much more quickly if propagated from the offsets that grow on the sides. To make them attain a still greater size, the largest leaves that grow around them are turned down and covered over with earth, by which method all the juices are carried to the heads. Squills grow spontaneously and in vast numbers in the Baleares and the island of Eleusis, and in the Spanish provinces. The philosopher Pythagoras has written a whole volume on the merit of this plant, setting forth its various medicinal properties, of which we shall have occasion to speak more at length in the succeeding book. The other species of bulbs are distinguished by their colour, size, and sweetness. Indeed, there are some that are eaten raw even, those found in the Tauric Chersonesus, for instance. Next to these, the bulbs of Africa are held in the highest esteem, and after them those of Apulia. The Greeks have distinguished the following varieties: the bulbine, the Sotanian, the Opitian, the Cyax, the Leucoion, the Aegilops, and the Sisyphicaon. In the last there is this remarkable feature, that the extremities of the roots increase in winter, but during the spring, when the violet appears, they diminish in size and gradually contract, and then it is the bulb that begins to increase in magnitude. Among the varieties of the bulb, too, there is the plant known in Egypt by the name of Aron. In size it is very nearly as large as the squill, with a leaf like that of the Lepathum, and a straight stalk a couple of cubits in length, and the thickness of a walking stick. The root of it is of a milder nature, so much so, indeed, as to admit of being eaten raw. Bulbs are taken up before the spring, for if not, they are apt to spoil very quickly. It is a sign that they are ripe when the leaves become dry at the lower extremities. When too old they are held in disesteem. The same, too, with the long and the smaller ones. Those, on the other hand, which are red and round, are greatly preferred, as also those of the largest size. In most of them there is a certain degree of pungency in the upper part, but the middle is sweet. The ancients have stated that bulbs are reproduced from seed only, but in the champaign country of Praeneste they grow spontaneously, and they grow to an unlimited extent in the territory of the Remi. Chapter 31. The roots, flowers, and leaves of all these plants. Garden plants which lose their leaves. Nearly all the garden plants have a single root only, radishes, beet, parsley, and mallows, for example. It is Lapathium, however, that has the longest root of them all, it attaining to the length of 3 cubits even. The root of the wild kind is smaller and of a humid nature, and when up it will keep alive for a considerable period. In some of these plants, however, the roots are fibrous, as we find in the case of parsley and mallows, for instance. In others, again, they are of a ligneous nature, as in Ocimum, for example, and in others they are fleshy, as in beet, and in saffron even more so. In some again the root is composed of rind and flesh, as in the radish and the rape, while in others it is jointed, as in the hay grass. Those plants which have not a straight root throw out immediately a great number of hairy fibres, orage and blight, for instance. Squills again, bulbs, onions, and garlic, never have any but a vertical root. Among the plants that grow spontaneously there are some which have more numerous roots than leaves, spalax, for example, pellitory, and saffron. Wild thyme, southernwood, turnips, radishes, mint, and rue blossom all once, while others again shed their blossoms directly they have begun to flower. Ocimum blossoms gradually, beginning at the lower parts, and hence it is that it is so very long in blossom. The same is the case, too, with a plant known as Heliotropium. In some plants the flower is white, in others yellow, and in others purple. The leaves fall first from the upper part in the wild marjoram and elecampane, and in rue sometimes, when it has been injured accidentally. In some plants the leaves are hollow, the onion and the scallion more particularly. End of section 29.
Section 30 of the Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 30. Chapter 32. Varieties of the Onion. Garlic and onions are invoked by the Egyptians when taking an oath, in the number of their deities. The Greeks have many varieties of the onion: the Sardian onion, the Samothracian, the Alcedinian, the Sitanian, the Schistan, and the Ascalonian, so called from Ascalon, a city of Judea. They have, all of them, a pungent smell, which draws tears from the eyes, those of Cyprus more particularly, and those of Snidos the least of all. In all of them the body is composed of a cartilage of an unctuous nature. The variety known as the Satanian is the smallest of them all, with the exception of the Tusculan onion, but it is sweet to the taste. The Schistan and the Ascalonian kinds are used for storing. The Schistan onion is left during the winter with the leaves on. In the spring it is stripped of them, upon which offsets make their appearance at the same divisions as the leaves. It is to this circumstance that this variety owes its name. Taking the hint from this fact, it is recommended to strip the other kinds of their leaves, to make them bulb all the better, instead of running to seed. The Ascalonian onion is of a peculiar nature, being barren in some measure in the root. Hence it is that the Greeks have recommended it to be reproduced from seed, and not from roots. The transplanting too, they say, should be done later in the spring, at the time the plant germinates, the result being that it bulbs with all the greater rapidity, and hastens, as it were, to make up for lost time. Great dispatch, however, is requisite in taking it up, for when ripe it rots with the greatest rapidity. If propagated from roots, it throws out a long stalk, runs rapidly to seed, and dies. There are considerable differences, too, in the color of the onion. The widest of all are those grown at Issus and Sardis. The onions, too, of Crete are held in high esteem, but there is some doubt whether they are not the same as the Ascalonian variety, for when grown from seed they produce a fine bulb, but when planted they throw out a long stalk and run to seed. In fact, they differ from the Ascalonian kind only in the sweetness of their flavor. Among us there are two principal varieties known of the onion. The scallion, employed for seasonings, is one, known to the Greeks by the name of gethion, and by us as the palakana. It is sown in March, April, and May. The other kind is the bulbed or headed onion. It is sown just after the autumnal equinox, or else after the west winds have begun to prevail. The varieties of this last kind, ranged according to their relative degrees of pungency, are the African onion, the Gallic, the Tusculan, the Ascalonian, and the Amiternian. The roundest in shape are the best. The red onion, too, is more pungent than the white, the stored than the fresh, the raw than the cooked, and the dried than the preserved. The onion of Amiternum is cultivated in cold, humid localities, and is the only one that is reproduced from heads, like garlic, the other kinds being grown from seed. This last kind yields no seed in the ensuing summer, but a bulb only, which dries and keeps, but in the summer after the contrary is the case, for seed is produced, while the bulb very quickly spoils. Hence it is that every year there are two separate sowings, one of seed for the reproduction of bulbs, and one of bulbs for the growth of seed. These onions keep best in chaff. The scallion has hardly any bulb at all, but a long neck only. Hence it is nothing but leaf, and is often cut down, like the leek. For this reason, too, like the leek, it is grown from seed, and not from plants. In addition to these particulars, it is recommended that the ground intended for sowing onions should be turned up 3 times, care being taken to remove all roots and weeds. 10 pounds of seed is the proper proportion for a jugerum. Savory, too, they say, should be mixed with them, the onions being all the finer for it. The ground, too, should be stabbed and hoed 4 times at least, if not oftener. In Italy, the Ascalonian onion is sown in the month of February. The seed of the onion is gathered when it begins to turn black, and before it becomes dry and shriveled. Chapter 33. The Leek. While upon this subject, it will be well, too, to speak of the leek, on account of the affinity which it bears to the plants just mentioned, and more particularly because cut leek has recently acquired considerable celebrity from the use made of it by the Emperor Nero. That prince, to improve his voice, used to eat leeks in oil every month, upon stated days, abstaining from every other kind of food, and not touching so much as a morsel of bread even. Leeks are reproduced from seed, sown just after the autumnal equinox. If they are intended for cutting, the seed is sown thicker than otherwise. The leeks in the same bed are cut repeatedly till it is quite exhausted, and they are always kept well manured. If they are wanted to bulb before being cut, when they have grown to some size they are transplanted to another bed, the extremities of the leaves being snipped off without touching the white part, and the head stripped of the outer coats. The ancients were in the habit of placing a stone or potsherd upon the leek, to make the head grow all the larger, and the same with the bulbs as well. But at the present day it is the usual practice to move the fibrous roots gently with the weeding hook, so that by being bent they may nourish the plant, and not withdraw the juices from it. It is a remarkable fact that, though the leek stands in need of manure and a rich soil, it has a particular aversion to water, and yet its nature depends very much upon the natural properties of the soil. The most esteemed leeks are those grown in Egypt, and next to them those of Ostia and Aricia. Of the leek for cutting, there are two varieties: that with grass-green leaves and incisions distinctly traced on them, and the leek with paler and rounder leaves, the incisions being more lightly marked. There is a story told that Mela, a member of the equestrian order, being accused of maladministration by order of the Emperor Tiberius, swallowed in his despair leek juice to the amount of 3 denarii in weight of silver, and expired upon the spot without the slightest symptom of pain. It is said, however, that a larger dose than this is productive of no injurious effects whatever. Chapter 34. Garlic. Garlic is generally supposed, in the country more particularly, to be a good specific for numerous maladies. The external coat consists of membranes of remarkable fineness, which are universally discarded when the vegetable is used, the inner part being formed by the union of several cloves, each of which has also a separate coat of its own. The flavor of it is pungent, and the more numerous the cloves, the more pungent it is. Like the onion, it imparts an offensive smell to the breath, but this is not the case when it is cooked. The various species of garlic are distinguished by the periods at which they ripen. The early kind becomes fit for use in 60 days. Another distinction, too, is formed by the relative size of the heads. Ulpicum, also generally known to the Greeks as Cyprian garlic, belongs to this class. By some persons it is called antiscorodon, and in Africa more particularly it holds a high rank among the dishes of the rural population. It is of a larger size than ordinary garlic. When beaten up with oil and vinegar, it is quite surprising what a quantity of creaming foam is produced. There are some persons who recommend that neither ulpicum nor garlic should be sown on level ground, but say that they should be planted in little mounds trenched up at a distance of 3 feet apart. Between each clove, they say, there should be a distance of 4 fingers left, and as soon as ever 3 leaves are visible, the head should be hoed. The oftener they are hoed, the larger the size they will attain. When they begin to ripen, the stalks are bent downwards and covered over with earth, a precaution which effectually prevents them from running to leaf. In cold soils it is considered better to plant them in spring than in autumn. For the purpose of depriving all these plants of their strong smell, it is recommended to set them when the moon is below the horizon, and to take them up when she is in conjunction. Independently of these precautions, we find Menander, one of the Greek writers, recommending those who have been eating garlic to eat immediately afterwards a root of beet roasted on hot coals. If this is done, he says, the strong smell of the garlic will be effectually neutralized. Some persons are of opinion that the proper period for planting garlic and ulpicum is between the festival of the Compitalia and that of the Saturnalia. Garlic, too, can be grown from seed, but it is very slow, in such case, in coming to maturity, for in the first year the head attains the size only of that of a leek. In the second it separates into cloves, and only in the third it arrives at maturity. There are some, however, who think that garlic grown this way is the best. Garlic should never be allowed to run to seed, but the stalk should be twisted to promote its growth, and to make the head attain a larger size. If garlic or onions are wanted to keep some time, the head should be dipped in salt water, made lukewarm. By doing this they will be all the better for keeping, though quite worthless for reproduction. Some persons content themselves with hanging them over burning coals, and are of opinion that this is quite sufficient to prevent them from sprouting. For it is a well-known fact that both garlic and onions sprout when out of the ground, and that after throwing out their thin shoots they shrivel away to nothing. Some persons are of opinion, too, that the best way of keeping garlic is by storing it in chaff. There is a kind of garlic that grows spontaneously in the fields, and is known by the name of alum. To preserve the seeds that are sown there from the remorseless ravages of the birds, this plant is scattered over the ground, being first boiled, to prevent it from shooting. As soon as ever they have eaten of it, the birds become so stupefied as to be taken with the hand even, and if they remain but a few moments only on the spot, they fall fast asleep. There is a wild garlic, too, generally known as bear's garlic. It has exactly the smell of millet, with a very small head and large leaves. Chapter 35. 7. The number of days required for the respective plants to make their appearance above ground. Among the garden plants which make their appearance most speedily above ground are ocimum, blight, the turnip, and rocket, for they appear above the surface the third day after they are sown. Anise, again, comes up on the fourth day, the lettuce on the fifth, the radish on the sixth, the cucumber and the gourd on the seventh, the cucumber rather the first of the two, cresses and mustard on the fifth, beet on the sixth day in summer and the 10th in winter, orage on the 8th, onions on the 19th or 20th, and scallions on the 10th or 12th. Coriander, again, is more stubborn in its growth. Cunilla and wild marjoram do not appear till after the 30th day, and parsley comes up with the greatest difficulty of all, for at the very earliest it is 40 days before it shows itself, and in most instances as much as 50. The age, too, of the seed is of some importance in this respect, for fresh seed comes up more rapidly in the case of the leek, the scallion, the cucumber, and the gourd, while in that of parsley, beet, cardamom, cunilla, wild marjoram, and coriander, seed that has been kept for some time is the best. There is one remarkable circumstance in connection with the seed of beet. It does not all germinate in the first year, but some of it in the second, and some in the third even. Hence it is that a considerable quantity of seed produces only a very moderate crop. Some plants produce only in the year in which they are set, and some again for successive years, parsley, leeks, and scallions, for instance. Indeed, these plants, when once sown, retain their fertility, and produce for many years. Chapter 36. The nature of the various seeds. In most plants the seed is round, in some oblong. It is broad and foliaceous in some, orage for instance, while in others it is narrow and grooved, as in cumin. There are differences also in the color of seeds, which is either black or white, while some seeds are woody and hard. In radishes, mustard, and rape the seeds are enclosed in pods. In parsley, coriander, anise, fennel, and cumin the seed has no covering at all, while in blight, beet, orage, and ocimum it has an outer coat, and in the lettuce it is covered with a fine down. There is no seed more prolific than that of ocimum. It is generally recommended to sow it with the utterance of curses and imprecations, the result being that it grows all the better for it. The earth, too, is rammed down when it is sown, and prayers are offered that the seed may never come up. The seeds which are enveloped in an outer coat are dried with considerable difficulty, that of ocimum more particularly. Hence it is that all these seeds are dried artificially, their fruitfulness being greatly promoted thereby. Plants in general come up better when the seed is sown in heaps than when it is scattered broadcast. Leeks, in fact, and parsley are generally grown by sowing the seed in little bags. In the case of parsley, too, a hole is made with the dibble, and a layer of manure inserted. All garden plants grow either from seed or from slips, and some from both seed and suckers, such as rue, wild marjoram, and ocimum, for example, this last being usually cut when it is a palm in height. Some kinds again are reproduced from both seed and root, as in the case of onions, garlic, and bulbs, and those other plants of which, though annuals themselves, the roots retain their vitality. In those plants which grow from the root, it lives for a considerable time, and throws out offsets, as in bulbs, scallions, and squills, for example. Others again throw out offsets, though not from a bulbous root, such as parsley and beet, for instance. When the stalk is cut, with the exception of those which have not a rough stem, nearly all these plants put forth fresh shoots, a thing that may be seen in ocimum, the radish, and the lettuce, which are in daily use among us. Indeed, it is generally thought that the lettuce which is grown from a fresh sprouting is the sweetest. The radish, too, is more pleasant eating when the leaves have been removed before it has begun to run to stalk. The same is the case, too, with rape, for when the leaves are taken off and the roots well covered up with earth, it grows all the larger for it, and keeps in good preservation till the ensuing summer. Chapter 37. Plants of which there is but a single kind. Plants of which there are several kinds. Of ocimum, lapithum, blight, cresses, rocket, orage, coriander, and anise respectively, there is but a single kind, these plants being the same everywhere, and no better in one place than in another. It is the general belief that stolen rue grows the best, while, on the other hand, bees that have been stolen will never thrive. Wild mint, catmint, endive, and pennyroyal will grow even without any cultivation. With reference to the plants of which we have already spoken, or shall have occasion to speak, there are numerous varieties of many of them, parsley more particularly. 8. As to the kind of parsley which grows spontaneously in moist localities, it is known by the name of Helioselinum. It has a single leaf only, and is not rough at the edges. In dry places we find growing the kind known as Hipposelinum, consisting of numerous leaves, similar to Helioselinum. A third variety is the Oreoselinum, with leaves like those of hemlock, and a thin, fine root, the seed being similar to that of anise, only somewhat smaller. The differences, again, that are found to exist in cultivated parsley consist in the comparative density of the leaves, the crispness or smoothness of their edges, and the thinness or thickness of the stem, as the case may be. In some kinds, again, the stem is white, in others purple, and in others mottled. Chapter 38. The nature and varieties of 23 garden plants. The lettuce, its different varieties. The Greeks have distinguished 3 varieties of the lettuce. The first with a stalk so large that small garden gates, it is said, have been made of it. The leaf of this lettuce is somewhat larger than that of the herbaceous or green lettuce, but extremely narrow, the nutriment seeming to be expended on the other parts of the plant. The second kind is that with a rounded stalk, and the third is the low squat lettuce, generally known as the Laconian lettuce. Some persons have made distinctions in reference to their respective colors, and the times for sowing them. The black lettuce is sown in the month of January, the white in March, and the red in April, and they are fit for transplanting, all of them, at the end of a couple of months. Those again who have pursued these enquiries even further than this have distinguished a still greater number of varieties of them. The purple, the crisped, the Cappadocian, and the Greek lettuce, this last having a longer leaf than the rest, and a broad stalk, in addition to which there is one with a long narrow leaf, very similar to endive in appearance. The most inferior kind, however, of all, is the one to which the Greeks, censuring it for its bitterness, have given the name of pikris. There is still another variety, a kind of white lettuce, called mekonis, a name which it derives from the abundance of milk, of a narcotic quality, which it produces, though in fact it is generally thought that they are all of them of a soporific tendency. In former times this last was the only kind of lettuce that was held in any esteem in Italy, the name latuca having been given it on account of the milk which it contains. The purple kind, with a very large root, is generally known as the Sicilian lettuce, while the round one, with an extremely diminutive root and broad leaves, is known to some persons as the astatus, and to others as the Eunicion, it having the effect, in a remarkable degree, of quenching the amorous propensities. Indeed, they are all of them possessed of cooling and refreshing properties, for which reason it is that they are so highly esteemed in summer. They have the effect also of removing from the stomach distaste for food, and of promoting the appetite. At all events, we find it stated that the late Emperor Augustus, when ill, was saved, on one occasion, thanks to the skill of his physician Musa, by eating lettuces, a food which the excessive scruples of his former physician, C. Emilius, had forbidden him. At the present day, however, lettuces have risen into such high estimation that a method has been discovered even of preserving them during the months in which they are out of season, by keeping them in oxymel. It is generally supposed, also, that lettuces have the effect of making blood. In addition to the above varieties, there is another kind of lettuce known as the goat's lettuce, of which we shall have occasion to make further mention when we come to the medicinal plants. At the moment, too, that I am writing this, a new species of cultivated lettuce has been introduced, known as the Sicilian lettuce, and held in very considerable esteem. The leaf of it is similar to that of the Cappadocian lettuce, except that it is crisped and somewhat larger. Chapter 39. Endive. Endive, though it cannot exactly be said to be of the same genus as the lettuce, still cannot be pronounced to belong to any other. It is a plant better able to endure the rigors of the winter than the lettuce, and possessed of a more acrid taste, though the flavor of the stalk is equally agreeable. Endive is sown at the beginning of spring, and transplanted at the end of that season. There is also a kind of spreading endive, known in Egypt as Sicorium, of which we shall have occasion to speak elsewhere more at length. A method has been discovered of preserving all of the thyrsi, or leaves of the lettuce, in pots, the object being to have them fresh when wanted for boiling. Lettuces may be sown all the year through in a good soil, well watered and carefully manured, 2 months being allowed to intervene between sowing and transplanting, and 2 more between transplanting and gathering them when ripe. The rule is, however, to sow them just after the winter solstice, and to transplant when the west winds begin to prevail, or else to sow at this latter period, and to plant out at the vernal equinox. The white lettuce is the best adapted for standing the rigors of the winter. All the garden plants are fond of moisture. Lettuces thrive more particularly when well manured, and endive even more so. Indeed, it is found an excellent plan to plant them out with the roots covered up in manure, and to keep up the supply, the earth being cleared away for that purpose. Some again have another method of increasing their size. They cut them down when they have reached half a foot in height, and cover them with fresh swine's dung. It is the general opinion that those lettuces will only admit of being blanched which are produced from white seed, and even then, as soon as they begin to grow, sand from the seashore should be spread over them, care being taken to tie the leaves as soon as ever they begin to come to any size. Chapter 40. Beet. 4 varieties of it. Beet is the smoothest of all the garden plants. The Greeks distinguished 2 kinds of beet, according to the color, the black and the white. The last, which is the kind generally preferred, has but very little seed, and is generally known as the Sicilian beet, just as it is the white lettuce that is held in the highest degree of esteem. Our people, also, distinguish 2 varieties of beet, the spring and the autumn kinds, so called from the periods of sowing, although sometimes we find beet sown in June even. This is a plant, too, that is sometimes transplanted, and it thrives all the better, like the lettuce, if the roots are well covered with manure, in a moist soil. Beet is mostly eaten with lentils and beans. It is prepared also in the same way as cabbage, with mustard more particularly, the pungency of which relieves its insipidity. Medical men are of opinion that beet is a more unwholesome vegetable than cabbage. Hence it is that I never remember seeing it served at table. Indeed, there are some persons who scruple to taste it even, from a conviction that it is a food suitable only for persons of a robust constitution. Beet is a vegetable with 2-fold characteristics, partaking of the nature of the cabbage in its leaves, and resembling a bulb in the root. That which grows to the greatest breadth being the most highly esteemed. This plant, like the lettuce, is made to grow to head by putting a light weight upon it the moment it begins to assume its proper color. Indeed, there is no garden plant that grows to a larger head than this, as it sometimes spread to a couple of feet in breadth, the nature of the soil contributing in a very considerable degree to its size. Those found in the territory of Circe attain the largest size. Some persons think that the best time for sowing beet is when the pomegranate is in flower, and are of opinion that it ought to be transplanted as soon as it has thrown out 5 leaves. There is a singular difference, if indeed it really exists, between the 2 varieties of beet, the white kind being remarkable for its purgative qualities, and the black being equally astringent. When wine in the vat has been deteriorated by assuming a flavor like that of cabbage, its original flavor is restored, it is said, by plunging beet leaves into it. End of section 30. Recording by Ramon Escamilla. Conway, Arkansas. RAMONESCAMILLA.wordpress.com.
Section 31 of the Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Hillier. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 31, Chapter 41. Cabbages, the several varieties of them. Cabbage and coleworts, which at the present day are the most highly esteemed of all the garden vegetables, were held in little repute, I find, among the Greeks. But Cato, on the other hand, sings the wondrous praises of the cabbage, the medicinal properties of which we shall duly enlarge upon when we come to treat of that subject. Cato distinguishes 3 varieties of the cabbage. The first, a plant with leaves wide open and a large stalk. A second, with crisped leaves, to which he gives the name of apiaca. And a third, with a thin stalk and a smooth, tender leaf, which with him ranks the lowest of all. Cabbages may be sown the whole year through, as we find that they are cut at all periods of the year. The best time, however, for sowing them is at the autumnal equinox, and they are usually transplanted as soon as 5 leaves are visible. In the ensuing spring, after the first cutting, the plant yields sprouts known as cymae. These sprouts, in fact, are small shoots thrown out from the main stem, of a more delicate and tender quality than the cabbage itself. The exquisite palate, however, of Apicius rejected these sprouts for the table, and his example was followed by the fastidious Drusus Caesar, who did not escape censure, however, of his father Tiberius for being so over-nice. After the cymae have made their appearance, the cabbage throws out its summer and autumn shoots, and then its winter ones, after which a new crop of cymae is produced, there being no plant so productive as this, until at last it is quite exhausted by its extreme fertility. A second time for sowing cabbages is immediately after the vernal equinox, the plants of this growth being transplanted at the end of spring, that they may not run up into sprouts before coming to a top. And a third sowing takes place about the summer solstice, the transplanting being done in summer if the soil is moist, but if too dry in autumn. When moisture and manure are supplied in small quantities, the flavour of the cabbage is all the more agreeable, but when they are supplied in greater abundance, the plants attain a large size. Ass's dung is the best adapted for its growth. The cabbage, too, is one of those articles so highly esteemed by epicures, for which reason it will not be amiss if we speak of it at somewhat greater length. To obtain plants equally remarkable for their size and flavour, care must be taken first of all to sow the seed in ground that has had a couple of turnings up, and then to follow up the shoots as they appear above the ground by moulding them up, care being taken to throw up the earth over them as they increase in luxuriance, and to let nothing but the summit appear above the surface. This kind is known as the Tritian cabbage. In money and labour it costs twice as much as any of the others. The other varieties of the cabbage are numerous. There is the Cumanian cabbage, with leaves that lie close to the ground, and a wide open head. The Aricinian cabbage, too, of no greater height, but with more numerous leaves and thinner. This last is looked upon as the most useful of them all, for beneath nearly all of the leaves there are small shoots thrown out peculiar to this variety. The cabbage again of Pompeii is considerably taller, the stalk, which is thin at the root, increasing in thickness as it rises among the leaves, which are fewer in number and narrower. The great merit of this cabbage is its remarkable tenderness, although it is not able to stand the cold. The cabbage of Brutium, on the other hand, thrives all the better for cold. The leaves of it are remarkably large, the stalk thin, and the flavour pungent. The leaves again of the Sabine cabbage are crisped to such a degree as to excite our surprise, and their thickness is such as to quite exhaust the stem. In sweetness, however, it is said to surpass all the others. There have lately come into fashion the cabbages known as the Lacature. They are grown in the valley of the Aricia, where there was formerly a lake, now no longer in existence, and a tower which is still standing. The head of this cabbage is very large, and the leaves are almost without number, some of them being round and smooth, and others long and sinewy. Indeed, there is no cabbage that runs to a larger head than this, with the sole exception of the Tritian variety, which has a head sometimes as much as a foot in thickness, and throws out its cymae, the latest of all. In all kinds of cabbages, hoarfrost contributes very materially to their sweetness, but it is apt to be productive of considerable injury, if care is not taken to protect the pith by cutting them aslant. Those plants which are intended for seed are never cut. There is another kind again that is held in peculiar esteem, which never exceeds the height of an herbaceous plant. It is known by the name of Halmyridia, from the circumstance of it growing on the seashore only. It will keep green and fresh during a long voyage, even, if care is taken not to let it touch the ground from the moment that it is cut, but to put it into oil vessels lately dried, and then to bung them so as to effectually exclude all air. There are some who are of the opinion that the plant will come to maturity all the sooner if some seaweed is laid at the root when it is transplanted, or else as much pounded nitre as can be taken up with 3 fingers, and others again sprinkle the leaves with trefoil seed and nitre pounded together. Nitre, too, preserves the greenness of cabbages when cooked, a result which is equally ensured by the Apician mode of boiling, or in other words by steeping the plants in oil and salt before they are cooked. There is a method of grafting vegetables by cutting the shoots and the stalk, and then inserting in the pith the seed of another plant, a plan which has been adopted with the wild cucumber even. There is another kind of wild cabbage also, the lapsana, which has become famous since the triumphs of the late Emperor Julius, in consequence of the songs and jokes of his soldiers more particularly. For in the alternate lines sung by them, they used to reproach him for having made them live on lapsana at the siege of Dyrrachium, and to rally him upon the parsimonious scale on which he was in the habit of recompensing their services. The lapsana is nothing more than a wild cyma. Chapter 42. Wild and cultivated asparagus. Of all the garden plants, asparagus is the one that requires the most delicate attention in its cultivation. We have already spoken at considerable length of its origin when treating of the wild plants, and have mentioned that Cato recommends it to be grown in reed beds. There is another kind again, of a more uncultivated nature than the garden asparagus, but less pungent than the caruda. It grows upon the mountains in different countries, and the plains of Upper Germany are quite full of it, so much so, indeed, that it was not an unhappy remark of Tiberius Caesar that a weed grows there which bears a remarkably strong resemblance to asparagus. That which grows spontaneously upon the island of Nacis, off the coast of Campania, is looked upon as being by far the best of all. Garden asparagus is reproduced from roots, the fibres of which are exceedingly numerous and penetrate to a considerable depth. When it first puts forth its shoots, it is green. These in time lengthen out into stalks, which afterwards throw out streaked branches from the head. Asparagus admits also of being grown from seed. Cato has treated of no subject with greater care than this, the last chapter of his work being devoted to it, from which we may conclude that it was quite new to him, and a subject which had only very recently occupied his attention. He recommends that the ground prepared for it should be moist or dense soil, the seed being set at intervals of half a foot every way to avoid treading upon the heads. The seed, he says, should be put 2 or 3 into each hole, these being made with the dibble as the line runs. For in his day, it should be remembered, asparagus was only grown from seed, this being done about the vernal equinox. It requires, he adds, to be abundantly manured, and to be kept well hoed, due care being taken not to pull up the young plants along with the weeds. The first year, he says, the plants must be protected from the severity of the winter with a covering of straw, care being taken to uncover them in the spring, and to hoe and stub up the ground about them. In the spring of the 3rd year, the plants must be set fire to, and the earlier the period at which the fire is applied, the better they will thrive. Hence it is that the reed beds grow all the more rapidly after being fired. Asparagus is found to be a crop remarkably well suited for growing with them. The same author recommends, however, that asparagus should not be hoed before the plants have made their appearance above ground, for fear of disturbing the roots. And he says that in gathering the heads, they should be cut close to the root, and not broken off at the surface, a method which is sure to make them run to stalk and die. They should be cut, he says, until they are left to run to seed, and after the seed is ripe, in spring they must be fired, care being taken, as soon as they appear again, to hoe them and manure them as before. After 8 or 9 years, he says, when the plants have become old, they must be renewed, after digging and manuring the ground, by replanting the roots at intervals of a foot, care being taken to employ sheep's dung more particularly for the purpose, other kinds of manure being apt to produce weeds. No method of cultivation of this plant that has since been tried has been found more eligible than this, with the sole exception that the seed is now sown about the Ides of February, by laying it in heaps in small trenches after steeping it in a considerable time in manure, the result of which is that the roots become matted and form into spongy tufts, which are planted out at intervals of a foot after the autumnal equinox, the plants continuing to be productive so long as 10 years even. There is no soil more favourable to the growth of asparagus than that of the gardens of Ravenna. We have already spoken of the coruda, by which term I mean the wild asparagus, by the Greeks called orminos, or mecanthos, as well as by other names. I find it stated that if ram's horns are pounded and then buried in the ground, asparagus will come up. Chapter 43. Thistles. It really might have been thought that I had now given an account of all the vegetable productions that are held in any degree of esteem, did there not still remain one plant, the cultivation of which is extremely profitable, and of which I am unable to speak without a certain degree of shame. For it is a well-known fact that some small plots of land planted with thistles in the vicinity of Great Carthage and of Corduba more particularly produce a yearly income of 6,000 sesterces, this being the way in which we make the monstrous productions of even the earth subservient to our gluttonous appetites, and that too when the very four-footed brutes instinctively refuse to touch them. Thistles are grown two different ways, from plants set in autumn, and from seed sown before the nonnies of March, in which latter case they are transplanted before the Ides of November, or, where the site is a cold one, about the time that the west winds prevail. They are sometimes manured, even, and, if such is the will of heaven, grow all the better for it. They are preserved, too, in a mixture of honey and vinegar, with the addition of root, of laser and cumin, so that a day may not pass without our having thistles at table. Chapter 44. Other plants that are sown in the garden: Ocimum, Rocket, and Nasturtium. For the remaining plants a brief description will suffice. The best time for sowing Ocimum, it is said, is at the festival of the Perilia, though some say that it may be done in autumn as well, and recommend, when it is sown in winter, to drench the seed thoroughly with vinegar. Rocket, too, and Nasturtium may be grown with the greatest facility either in summer or winter. Rocket, more particularly, is able to stand the cold, and its properties are quite different from those of the lettuce, as it is a great provocative of lust. Hence it is that we are in the habit of mixing these two plants in our dishes, the excess of cold in one being compensated by the equal degree of heat in the other. Nasturtium has received that name from the smarting sensation which its pungency causes to the nostrils, and hence it is that a certain notion of smartness has attached itself to the word, it having become a proverbial saying that a sluggish man should eat nasturtium to arouse him from his torpidity. In Arabia, it is said, this plant attains a size that is quite marvellous. Chapter 45. Rue. Rue, too, is generally sown while the west winds prevail, as well as just after the autumnal equinox. This plant has an extreme aversion to cold, moisture, and dung. It loves dry, sunny localities, and a soil more particularly that is rich in brick clay. It requires to be nourished, too, with the ashes, which should be mixed with seed as well, as a preservative against the attacks of caterpillars. The ancients held rue in peculiar esteem, for I find that honeyed wine flavoured with rue was distributed to the people in his consulship by Cornelius Cethegus, colleague of Quintus Flamininus, after the closing of the Comitia. This plant has a great liking for the fig tree, and for that tree only. Indeed, it never thrives better than when grown beneath that tree. It is generally grown from slips, the lower end of which is inserted in a perforated bean, which holds it fast, and so nurtures the young plant with its juices. It also reproduces itself for the ends of the branches bending downwards. The moment they reach the ground, they take root again. Ocimum is of a very similar nature to rue, except that it dries with greater difficulty. When rue has once gained strength, there is considerable difficulty in stubbing it, as it causes itching ulcerations on the hands if they are not covered or previously protected by being rubbed with oil. Its leaves, too, are preserved, being packed in bundles for keeping. Chapter 46. Parsley. Parsley is sown immediately after the vernal equinox, the seed being lightly beaten first in a mortar. It is thought that by doing this the parsley will be all the more crisped, or else by taking care to beat it down when sown with a roller or the feet. It is a peculiarity of this plant that it changes colour. It has the honour in a heer of forming the wreath of the victors in the sacred contests of the Nemean games. Chapter 47. Mint. It is at the same season, too, that mint is transplanted, or, if it has not yet germinated, the matted tufts of the old roots are used for the purpose. This plant, too, is no less fond of a humid soil than parsley. It is green in summer and turns yellow in winter. There is a wild kind of mint known to us as mentastrum. It is reproduced by layers like the vine, or else by planting the branches upside down. It was the sweetness of its smell that caused this plant to change its name among the Greeks, its former name with them being mintha, from which the ancient Romans derived their name for it, whereas now, of late, it has been called by them idiosmo. The mint that is used in dishes at rustic entertainments pervades the tables far and wide with its agreeable odour. When once planted, it lasts a considerable length of time. It bears, too, a strong resemblance to pennyroyal, a property of which is, as mentioned by us more than once, to flower when kept in our larders. These other herbs, mint I mean, and catmint, as well as pennyroyal, are kept for use in a similar manner. But it is cumin that is the best suited of all the seasoning herbs to squeamish and delicate stomachs. This plant grows on the surface of the soil, seeming hardly to adhere to it and raising itself aloft from the ground. It ought to be sown in the middle of summer, in a crumbly, warm soil more particularly. There is another wild kind of cumin, known by some persons as rustic, by others as the bear cumin. Bruised and drunk in water, it is good for pains in the stomach. The cumin most esteemed in our part of the world is that of Carpatania, though elsewhere that of African and Ethiopian is more highly esteemed. With some, indeed, this last is preferred to that of Egypt. Chapter 48. Allustratum. But it is allustratum, more particularly, that is of so singular a nature, a plant which by the Greeks is called Ipposelinum, and by others Smyrnium. This plant is reproduced from a tear-like gum which exudes from the stem. It is also grown from the roots as well. Those whose business it is to collect the juice of it say that it has just the flavour of myrrh, and according to Theophrastus it is obtained by planting myrrh. The ancients recommended that Hipposelinum should be grown in uncultivated spots covered with stones, and in the vicinity of garden walls. But at the present day it is sown in ground that has been twice turned up between the prevalence of the west winds and the autumnal equinox. The caper, too, should be sown in dry localities more particularly, the plot being hollowed out and surrounded with an embankment of stones erected around it. If this precaution is not taken, it will spread all over the adjoining land and entail sterility upon the soil. The caper blossoms in summer and retains its verdure till the setting of the Vergiliae. It thrives the best of all in sandy soil. As to the bad qualities of the caper, which grows in the parts beyond the sea, we have already enlarged upon them when speaking of the exotic shrubs. Chapter 49. The Caraway. The caraway is an exotic plant also, which derives its name careum from the country in which it was first grown. It is principally employed for culinary purposes. This plant will grow in any kind of soil, and requires to be cultivated just the same way as Allustratum. The most esteemed, however, is that which comes from Caria, and the next best is that of Phrygia. Chapter 50. Lovage. Lovage grows wild in the mountains of Liguria, its native country, but at the present day it is grown everywhere. The cultivated kind is the sweetest of the two, but is far from powerful. By some persons it is known as Panax. Crateus, a Greek writer, gives this name, however, to the plant known to us as Canella bubula, and others again call the Comnesia, or Cunilago, Cunilla, while they call the Cunilla, properly so called, by the name Thimbra. With us, Cunilla has another appellation, being generally known as Saturia, and reckoned among the seasoning plants. It is usually sown in the month of February, and for utility rivals wild marjoram. These two plants are never used together, their properties being so extremely similar, but it is only the wild marjoram of Egypt that is considered superior to Cunilla. Chapter 51. Ditander. Ditander too was originally an exotic plant, as it is usually sown after the west winds have begun to prevail. As soon as it begins to shoot, it is cut down close to the ground, after which it is hoed and manured, a process which is repeated with each succeeding year. After this the shoots are fit for use, if the rigour of the winter has not injured them, for it is a plant quite unable to withstand any inclemency of the weather. It grows to the height of a cubit, and has a leaf like that of a laurel, but softer, and it is never used except in combination with milk. Chapter 52. Gith. Gith is employed by bakers, dill and anise by cooks and medical men. Sacopenium is so extensively used for adulterating laser, is also a garden plant, but is only employed for medicinal purposes. End of section 31. Recording by Nick Hillier, Bristol, England.
Section 32 of The Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 32. Chapters 53 through 62. Chapter 53. The Poppy. There are certain plants which are grown in company with others, the poppy, for instance, sown with cabbages and purslane, and rocket with lettuce. Of the cultivated poppy there are three kinds, the first being the white poppy, the seed of which, parched and mixed with honey, used to be served up in the second course of the tables of the ancients. At the present day, too, the country people sprinkle it on the upper crust of their bread, making it adhere by means of yolk of eggs, the under crust being seasoned with parsley and gilth, dyed in the flavor of the flour. The second kind is the black poppy, from which, upon incision being made in the stalk, a milky juice distills, and the third is that known to the Greeks by the name of proas, and by us as a wild poppy. This last grows spontaneously, but in fields, more particularly which have been sown with barley. It bears a strong resemblance to rocket, grows to the height of a cubit, and bears a red flower, which quickly fades. It is to this flower that it is indebted for its Greek name. As to the other kinds of poppies which spring up spontaneously, we shall have occasion to speak of them when treating of the medicinal plants. That the poppy has always been held in esteem among the Romans, we have a proof in the story related of Tarquinius Superbus, who, by striking down the tallest poppies in his garden, surreptitiously conveyed, unknown to them, his sanguinary message through the envoys who had been sent by his son. Chapter 54. Other plants which require to be sown at the autumnal equinox. There are some other plants, again, which require to be sown together at the time of the autumnal equinox. Coriander, for instance, anise, orage, mallows, lepathum, chervil, known to the Greeks as pateros, and mustard, which has so pungent a flavor that it burns like fire, though at the same time it is remarkably wholesome for the body. This last, though it will grow without cultivation, is considerably improved by being transplanted, though on the other hand it is extremely difficult to rid the soil of it when once sown there. the seed when it falls germinating immediately. This seed, when cooked in the saucepan, is employed even for making ragouts, its pungency being rendered imperceptible by boiling. The leaves, too, are boiled just the same as those of other vegetables. There are 3 different kinds of mustard. The first of a thin, slender form, the second with a leaf like that of the rape, and the third with that of the rocket. The best seed comes from Egypt. The Athenians have given mustard the name of napi, others thapsi, and others again sorium. Chapter 55. Wild Thyme, Sesembrium. Most mountains abound with wild thyme and sesembrium. Those of Thrace, for example, where branches of these wild plants are torn up and brought away for planting. So too the people of Sicyon seek for wild thyme in their mountains, and the Athenians on the slopes of Hymettus. Sesembrium, too, is planted in a similar manner. It grows to the greatest perfection upon the walls of wells and around fish preserves and ponds. Chapter 56. 4 kinds of farinaceous plants. Hemp. The other garden plants are of the farinaceous kind, such as fennel, for instance, very grateful to serpents, as already stated, and used for numerous seasonings when dried. Thapsia, too, which bears a close resemblance to fennel, and already mentioned by us when speaking of the exotic shrubs. Then, too, there is hemp, a plant remarkably useful for making ropes, and usually sown after the west winds have begun to prevail. The more thickly it is sown, the thinner are the stalks. The seed is gathered when ripe, just after the autumnal equinox, and is dried by the agency of the sun, the wind, or smoke. The hemp itself is plucked just after vintage time, and is peeled and cleaned by the laborers at night. The best hemp is that of Alabanda, which is used more particularly for making hunting nets, and of which there are 3 varieties. The hemp which lies nearest the bark, or the pith, is the least valuable, while that which lies in the middle, and hence has the name of mesa, is the most esteemed. The hemp of the Mylassa occupies the 2nd rank. With reference to the size to which it grows, that of the rosea, in the Sabine territory, equals a tree's in height. We have already mentioned 2 kinds of fennel giant, when speaking of the exotic shrubs. The seed of it is used in Italy for food. The plant, too, admits of being preserved, and if stored in earthen pots will keep for a whole year. There are 2 parts of it that are used for this purpose, the upper stalks and the umbrils of the plant. This kind of fennel is sometimes known by the name of corymbia, and the parts preserved for called corymbi. Chapter 57. The maladies of garden plants. The garden plants, too, like the rest of the vegetable productions, are subject to certain maladies. Thus, for instance, ocimum, when old, degenerates into wild thyme, and sesembrium to mint, while the seed of an old cabbage produces rape, and vice versa. Cumin, too, if not kept well hoed, is killed by humidorum, a plant with a single stalk, a root similar to a bulb in appearance, and never found except in thin, meager soil. Besides this, cumin is liable to a particular disease of its own, the scab. Ocimum, too, turns pale at the rising of the dog star. All plants, indeed, will turn of a yellow complexion on the approach of a woman who has a menstrual discharge upon her. There are various kinds of insects, too, that breed upon the garden plants. Fleas, for instance, upon turnips, and caterpillars and maggots upon radishes, as well as lettuces and cabbages. Besides which, the last 2 are exposed to attacks of slugs and snails. The leek, too, is infested with particular insects of its own, which may very easily be taken, however, by laying dung upon the plants, the insects being in the habit of burrowing into it. Sabinus Tiro says in his book entitled Chipurica, which he dedicated to Maecenas, that it is not advisable to touch rue, conaila, mint, or ocimum with any implement of iron. Chapter 58. The proper remedies for these maladies. How ants are best destroyed. The best remedies against caterpillars and flies. The same author recommends as a remedy against ants, which are by no means the slightest plague in the garden that is not kept well watered, to stop up the mouths of their holes with sea slime or ashes. But the most efficient way of destroying them is with the aid of the plant heliotropium. Some persons, too, are of the opinion that water in which an unburnt brick has been soaked is injurious to them. The best protection for turnips is to sow a few fitches with them, and for cabbages, chickpeas, these having the effect of keeping away caterpillars. If, however, this precaution should have been omitted, and the caterpillars have already made their appearance, the best remedy is to throw upon the vegetables a decoction of wormwood, or else of house leek, known to some of us as isum, the kind of herb already mentioned by us. If cabbage seed, before it is sown, is steeped in the juice of house leek, the cabbages, it is said, are sure not to be attacked by any insect. It is said, too, that all caterpillars may be exterminated if the skull of a beast of burden is set upon a stake in the garden, care being taken to employ that of a female only. There is a story related, too, that a river crab, hung up in the middle of the garden, is a preservative against the attacks of caterpillars. Again, there are some persons who are in the habit of touching with slips of blood-red cornel such plants as they may wish to preserve from caterpillars. Flies, too, infest well-watered gardens, and more particularly so if there happen to be any shrubs there. They may be got rid of, however, by burning galbanum. With reference to the deterioration to which the seed is subject, there are some seeds which keep better than others, such, for instance, as that of coriander, beet, leeks, cresses, mustard, rocket, quinilla, nearly all of the pungent plants, in fact. The seed, on the other hand, of orage, ocimum, gourds, and cucumbers is not so good for keeping. All the summer seeds, too, last longer than the winter ones. The scallion seed is the very worst for keeping of them all. But of those even which keep the very longest, there is none that will keep beyond 4 years, for growing purposes at least. For culinary purposes they are fit for use beyond that period. Chapter 59. What plants are benefited by salt water? A particular remedy for maladies to which radishes, beet, rue, and quinilla are subject is salt water, which has also the additional merit of conducing very materially to their sweetness and fertility. Other plants again are equally benefited by being watered with fresh water, the most desirable for the purpose of being that which is the coldest and sweetest to drink. Pond and drain water, on the other hand, are not so good, as they are apt to carry the seeds of weeds along with them. It is rain, however, that forms the principal aliment plants, in addition to which it kills the insects that develop themselves upon them. Chapter 60. The proper method of watering gardens. The proper times for watering are morning and the evening, to prevent the water from being heated by the sun, with the sole exception, however, of ocimum, which requires to be watered at midday. Indeed, this plant, it is generally thought, will grow with additional rapidity if it is watered with boiling water when sown. All plants when transplanted grow all the better and larger for it, leeks and turnips more particularly. Transplanting, too, is attended with certain remedial effects, and acts as a preservative to certain plants, such as scallions, for instance, leeks, radishes, parsley, lettuces, rape, and cucumbers. All the wild plants are generally smaller in the leaf and stalk than the cultivated ones, and have more acrid juices, quinilla, wild marjoram, and rue, for example. Indeed, it is only the lepathum that is better in a wild state than cultivated. In its cultivated state, it is the same plant that is known to us as the rumex, being the most vigorous by far of all the plants that are grown. So much so, indeed, that it is said that when it has once taken root, it will last forever, and can never be extirpated from the soil, more particularly if water happens to be near at hand. Its juices, which are employed only in systems as an article of food, have the effect of imparting to them a softer and more exquisite flavor. The wild variety is employed for many medicinal purposes. So true it is that the careful research of man has omitted nothing, that I have even met with a poem in which I find it stated that if pellets of goat's dung the size of a bean are hollowed out, and the seed of leeks, rocket, lettuces, parsley, endive, and cresses is inserted in them, and then sown, the plants will thrive in a marvelous degree. Plants in a wild state, it is generally thought, are more dry and acrid than when cultivated. Chapter 61. The juices and flavors of garden herbs. This too reminds me that I ought to make some mention of the difference between the juices and flavors of the garden herbs, a difference which is more perceptible here than in the fruits even. In quinilla, for instance, wild marjoram, cresses, and mustard, the flavor is acrid; in wormwood and centaury, bitter; in cucumbers, gourds, and lettuces, watery; and in parsley, anise, and fennel, pungent and odoriferous. The salt flavor is the only one that is not to be found in plants, with the sole exception, indeed, of the chickling vetch, though even then it is found to be on the exterior surface only of the plant, in the form of a kind of dust which settles there. Chapter 62. Pipperitis, Libanotus, and Spermium. Come to a full understanding, too, both here as elsewhere, how unfounded are the notions which are generally entertained. I shall take this opportunity of remarking that Panax has the flavor of pepper, and Siliquastrum even more so, a circumstance to which it owes its name Pipperitis. Libanotus, again, has just the odor of frankincense, and Spermium of myrrh. As to Panax, we have spoken of it at sufficient length already. Libanotus grows in a thin, crumbly soil, and is generally sown in spots exposed to the falling dews. The root, which is just like that of Lustatrum, has a smell in no way differing from that of frankincense. When a year old, it is extremely wholesome for the stomach. Some persons give it the name of rosmarinium. Spermium is a garden herb that grows in similar soils and has a root which smells like myrrh. Siliquastrum, too, is grown in a similar manner. Other plants again differ from the preceding ones, both in smell and taste. Anise, for example, indeed so great is the difference in this respect and their relative virtues, that not only are the properties of each modified by the other, but quite neutralized even. It is in this way that our cooks correct the flavor of vinegar in their dishes with parsley, and our butlers employ the same plant enclosed in sachets for removing a bad odor in wine. Thus far, then, we have treated of the garden plants, viewed as articles of food only. It remains for us now, for up to the present we have only spoken of their various methods of cultivation, with some succinct details relative thereto, to enlarge upon the more elaborate operations of nature in this respect. It is quite impossible to come to a full understanding as to the true characteristics of each individual plant without a knowledge of its medicinal effects, the sublime and truly mysterious manifestation of the wisdom of the Deity, than which nothing can possibly be found of a nature more elevated. It is upon principle that we have thought proper not to enlarge upon the medicinal properties of each plant when treating of it, for it is a quite different class of persons that is interested in knowing their curative properties, and there is no doubt that both classes of readers would have been inconvenienced in a very material degree if these two points of view had engaged our attention at the same moment. As it is, each class will have its own portion to refer to, while those who desire to do so will experience no difficulty in uniting them, with reference to any subject of which we may happen to treat. Summary. Remarkable facts, narratives, and observations. 1144. Roman authors quoted: Macius Plautus, M. Varro, D. Silanus, Cato the Censor, Hyginus, Virgil, Mucinius, Celsus, Columella, Calpurnius Bassus, Mamilius Sura, Sabinius Tiro, Licinius Macer, Quintus Hirtius, Fabius Rufus, Caesanius, who wrote the Siporica, Castratitus, who wrote on the same subject, Firmus, who wrote on the same subject, Petricus, who wrote on the same subject. Foreign authors quoted: Herodotus, Theophrastus, Democritus, Aristomachus, Menander, who wrote the Biocresta, and Nexilus. End of section 32.
Section 33 of The Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 33. Book 20. Remedies derived from the garden plants. Chapter 1. Introduction. We are now about to enter upon an examination of the greatest of all the operations of nature. We are about to discourse to man upon his ailments, and to compel him to admit that he is ignorant by what means he exists. And let no one, misled by the apparent triviality of the names which we shall have to employ, regard this subject as one that is frivolous or contemptible, for we shall here have to set forth the state of peace or of war, which exists between the various departments of nature, the hatreds or friendships which are maintained by objects dumb and destitute of sense, and all, too, created, a wonderful subject for our contemplation, for the sake of man alone. To these states, known to the Greeks by the respective appellations sympathia and antipathia, we are indebted for the first principles of all things, for hence it is that water has the property of extinguishing fire, that the sun absorbs water, that the moon produces it, and that each of these heavenly bodies is from time to time eclipsed by the other. Hence it is, too, descending from the contemplation of a loftier sphere, that the lodestone possesses the property of attracting iron, and another stone, again, that of repelling it, and that the diamond, that pride of luxury and opulence, though infrangible by every other object, and presenting a resistance that cannot be overcome, is broken asunder by a he-goat's blood. In addition to numerous other marvels of which we shall have to speak on more appropriate occasions, equal to this or still more wonderful even. My only request is that pardon may be accorded me for beginning with objects of a more humble nature, though still so greatly conducive to our health. I mean the garden plants, of which I shall now proceed to speak. Chapter 2. The Wild Cucumber. 26 Remedies. We have already stated that there is a wild cucumber, considerably smaller than the cultivated one. From this cucumber the medicament known as elaterium is prepared, being the juice extracted from the seed. To obtain this juice the fruit is cut before it is ripe. Indeed, if this precaution is not taken at an early period, the seed is apt to spirt out and be productive of danger to the eyes. After it is gathered, the fruit is kept for a whole night, and then on the following day an incision is made in it with a reed. The seed, too, is generally sprinkled with ashes, with the view of retaining in it as large a quantity of the juice as possible. When the juice is extracted, it is received in rain water, where it falls to the bottom, after which it is thickened in the sun, and then divided into lozenges, which are of singular utility to mankind for healing dimness of sight, diseases of the eyes, and ulcerations of the eyelids. It is said that if the roots of a vine are touched with this juice, the grapes of it will be sure never to be attacked by birds. The root, too, of the wild cucumber, boiled in vinegar, is employed in fomentations for the gout, and the juice of it is used as a remedy for toothache. Dried and mixed with resin, the root is a cure for impetigo, and the skin diseases known as psora and lichen. It is good, too, for imposthumus of the parotid glands and inflammatory tumors, and restores the natural color to the skin when a cicatrix has formed. The juice of the leaves, mixed with vinegar, is used as an injection for the ears in cases of deafness. Chapter 3. Elaterium. 27 Remedies. The proper season for making elaterium is the autumn, and there is no medicament known that will keep longer than this. It begins to be fit for use when 3 years old, but if it is found desirable to make use of it at an earlier period than this, the acidity of the lozenges may be modified by putting them with vinegar upon a slow fire, in a new earthen pot. The older it is the better, and before now, as we learn from Theophrastus, it has been known to keep so long as 200 years. Even after it has been kept so long as 50 years, it retains its property of extinguishing a light. Indeed, it is the proper way of testing the genuineness of the drug to hold it to the flame and to make it scintillate above and below before finally extinguishing it. The elaterium which is pale, smooth, and slightly bitter, is superior to that which has a grass-green appearance and is rough to the touch. It is generally thought that the seed of this plant will facilitate conception if a woman carries it attached to her person, before it has touched the ground, and that it has the effect of aiding parturition if it is first wrapped in ram's wool and then tied round the woman's loins without her knowing it, care being taken to carry it out of the house the instant she is delivered. Those persons who magnify the praises of the wild cucumber say that the very best is that of Arabia, the next being that of Arcadia, and then that of Cyrene. It bears a resemblance to the heliotropium, they say, and the fruit, about the size of a walnut, grows between the leaves and branches. The seed, it is said, is very similar in appearance to the tail of a scorpion thrown back, but it is of a whitish hue. Indeed, there are some persons who give to this cucumber the name of scorpionium, and say that its seed, as well as the elaterium, is remarkably efficacious as a cure for the sting of the scorpion. As a purgative, the proper dose of either is from half an obolus to an obolus, according to the strength of the patient, a larger dose than this being fatal. It is in the same proportions, too, that it is taken in drink for theriasis and dropsy. Applied externally with honey or old olive oil, it is used for the cure of quinsy and affections of the trachea. Chapter 4. The Anguine, or erratic cucumber. 5 remedies. Many authors are of the opinion that the wild cucumber is identical with the plant known among us as the anguine, and by some persons as the erratic cucumber. Objects sprinkled with a decoction of this plant will never be touched by mice. The same authors say, too, that a decoction of it in vinegar, externally applied, gives instantaneous relief in cases of gout and diseases of the joints. As a remedy, too, for lumbago, the seed of it is dried in the sun and pounded, being given in doses of 20 denarii to half a sextarius of water. Mixed with woman's milk and applied as a liniment, it is a cure for tumors which have suddenly formed. Elaterium promotes the menstrual discharge, but if taken by females when pregnant, it is productive of abortion. It is good also for asthma, and, injected into the nostrils, for the jaundice. Rubbed upon the face in the sun, it removes freckles and spots upon the skin. Chapter 5. The cultivated cucumber. 9 remedies. Many persons attribute all these properties to the cultivated cucumber as well, a plant which even without them would be of very considerable importance, in a medicinal point of view. A pinch of the seed, for instance, in 3 fingers beaten up with cumin and taken in wine, is extremely beneficial for a cough. For phrenitis, also, doses of it are administered in woman's milk, and doses of 1 acetembulum for dysentery. As a remedy for prurient expectorations, it is taken with an equal quantity of cumin, and it is used with hydromel for diseases of the liver. Taken in sweet wine, it is a diuretic, and, in combination with cumin, it is used as an injection for affections of the kidneys. Chapter 6. Pepones. 11 remedies. The fruit known as pepones are a cool and refreshing diet, and are slightly relaxing to the stomach. Applications are used of the pulpy flesh in defluxions or pains of the eyes. The root, too, of this plant cures the hard ulcers known to us as Syria, from their resemblance to a honeycomb, and it acts as an emetic. Dried and reduced to a powder, it is given in doses of 4 oblei in hydromel, the patient, immediately after taking it, being made to walk half a mile. This powder is employed also in cosmetics, for smoothing the skin. The rind, too, has the effect of promoting vomiting, and, when applied to the face, of clearing the skin, a result which is equally produced by an external application of the leaves of all the cultivated cucumbers. These leaves, mixed with honey, are employed for the cure of the pustules known as epinictus. Steeped in wine they are good, too, for the bites of dogs and of multipedes, insects known to the Greeks by the name of ceps, of an elongated form, with hairy legs, and noxious to cattle more particularly, the sting being followed by a swelling, and the wound rapidly putrefying. The smell of the cucumber itself is a restorative in fainting fits. It is a well known fact that if cucumbers are peeled and then boiled in oil, vinegar, and honey, they are all the more pleasant eating for it. Chapter 7. The gourd. 17 remedies. The somphus. 1 remedy. There is found also a wild gourd called somphos by the Greeks, empty within, to which circumstance it owes its name, and long and thick in shape, like the finger. It grows nowhere except upon stony spots. The juice of this gourd, when chewed, is very beneficial to the stomach. Chapter 8. The Colocynthus. 10 remedies. There is another variety of the wild gourd, known as the colocynthus. This kind is full of seeds, but not so large as the cultivated one. The pale colocynthus is better than those of a grass-green color. Employed by itself when dried, it acts as a very powerful purgative. Used as an injection, it is a remedy for all diseases of the intestines, the kidneys, and the loins, as well as for paralysis. The seed being first removed, it is boiled down in hydromel to 1/2, after which it is used as an injection, with perfect safety, in doses of 4 oblei. It is good, too, for the stomach, taken in pills composed of the dried powder and boiled honey. In jaundice 7 seeds of it may be taken with beneficial effects, with a draught of hydromel immediately after. The pulp of this fruit, taken with wormwood and salt, is a remedy for toothache, and the juice of it, warmed with vinegar, has the effect of strengthening loose teeth. Rubbed in with oil, it removes pains of the spine, loins, and hips. In addition to which, really a marvelous thing to speak of, the seeds of it, in even numbers, attached to the body in a linen cloth, will cure, it is said, the fevers to which the Greeks have given the name of periodic. The juice, too, of the cultivated gourd, shred in pieces, applied warm, is good for earache, and the flesh of the inside, used without the seed, for corns on the feet, and the suppurations known to the Greeks as apostemata. When the pulp and seeds are boiled together, the decoction is good for strengthening loose teeth, and for preventing toothache. Wine, too, boiled with this plant, is curative of defluxions of the eyes. The leaves of it, bruised with fresh cypress leaves, or the leaves alone, boiled in a vessel of potter's clay, and beaten up with goose grease, and then applied to the part affected, are an excellent cure for wounds. Fresh shavings of the rind are used as a cooling application for gout, and burning pains in the head, in infants more particularly. They are good, too, for erysipelas, whether it is shavings of the rind, or the seeds of the plant that are applied to the part affected. The juice of the scrapings, employed as a liniment with rosewater and vinegar, moderate the burning heats of fevers, and the ashes of the dried fruit applied to burns are efficacious in a most remarkable degree. Chrysippus, the physician, condemned the use of the gourd as a food. It is generally agreed, however, that it is extremely good for the stomach, and for ulcerations of the intestines and of the bladder. Chapter 9. Rape. 9 remedies. Rape, too, has its medicinal properties. Warmed, it is used as an application for the cure of chilblains, in addition to which it has the effect of protecting the feet from cold. A hot decoction of rape is employed for the cure of cold gout, and raw rape, beaten up with salt, is good for all maladies of the feet. Rape seed, used as a liniment, and taken in drink with wine, is said to have a salutary effect against the stings of serpents and various narcotic poisons, and there are many persons who attribute to it the properties of an antidote when taken with wine and oil. Democritus has entirely repudiated the use of rape as an article of food, in consequence of the flatulence which it produces, while Diocles, on the other hand, has greatly extolled it, and has even gone so far as to say that it acts as an aphrodisiac. Dionysius, too, says the same of rape, and more particularly if it is seasoned with rocket. He adds, also, that roasted, and then applied with grease, it is excellent for pains in the joints. Chapter 10. Wild rape. 1 remedy. Wild rape is mostly found growing in the fields. It has a tufted top, with a white seed, twice as long as that of the poppy. This plant is often employed for smoothing the skin of the face and the body generally, meal of fitches, barley, wheat, and lupines being mixed with it in equal proportions. The root of the wild rape is applied to no useful purpose whatever. Chapter 11. Turnips, those known as bunion and bunnius, 5 remedies. The Greeks distinguished 2 kinds of turnips, also, as employed in medicine. The turnip with angular stalks and a flower like that of anise, and known by them as bunion, is good for promoting the menstrual discharge in females, and for affections of the bladder. It acts also as a diuretic. For these purposes a decoction of it is taken with hydromel, or else 1 drachma of the juice of the plant. The seed, parched and then beaten up, and taken in warm water, in doses of 4 ciathi, is a good remedy for dysentery. It will stop the passage of the urine, however, if linseed is not taken with it. The other kind of turnip is known by the name of Bineus, and bears a considerable resemblance to the radish and the rape united, the seed of it enjoying the reputation of being a remedy for poisons, hence it is that we find it employed in antidotes. Chapter 12. The wild radish, or Armoracea, one remedy. We have already said that there is also a wild radish. The most esteemed is that of Arcadia, though it is also found growing in other countries as well. It is only efficacious as a diuretic, being in other respects of a heating nature. In Italy it is also known by the name of Armoracea. Chapter 13. The cultivated radish, 43 remedies. The cultivated radish, too, in addition to what we have already said of it, purges the stomach, attenuates the phlegm, acts as a diuretic, and detaches the bilious secretions. A decoction of the rind of radishes in wine, taken in the morning in doses of 3 ciathi, has the effect of breaking and expelling colluculi of the bladder. A decoction, too, of this rind in vinegar and water is employed as a liniment for the stings of serpents. Taken fasting in the morning with honey, radishes are good for a cough. Parched radish seed, as well as radishes themselves, chewed, is useful for pains in the sides. A decoction of the leaves, taken in drink, or else the juice of the plant taken in doses of 2 ciathi, is an excellent remedy for psoriasis. Pounded radishes, too, are employed as liniment for inflammations under the skin, and the rind mixed with honey for bruises of recent date. Lethargic persons are recommended to eat them as hot as possible, and the seed parched and then pounded with honey will give relief to asthmatic patients. Radishes, too, are useful as a remedy for poisons, and are employed to counteract the effects of the sting of the cerastes and the scorpion. Indeed, after having rubbed the hands with radishes or radish seed, we may handle those reptiles with impunity. If a radish is placed upon a scorpion, it will cause its death. Radishes are useful, too, in cases of poisoning by fungi or henbane, and according to Nicander, they are salutary against the effects of bullock's blood when drunk. The two physicians, of the name of Apollodorus, prescribe radishes to be given in cases of poisoning by mistletoe, but whereas Alperodotus of Citium recommends radish seed pounded in water, Apollodorus of Tartentum speaks of the juice. Radishes diminish the volume of the spleen, and are beneficial for maladies of the liver and pains in the loins. Taken, too, with vinegar or mustard, they are good for dropsy and lethargy, as well as epilepsy and melancholy. Praxagoras recommends that radishes should be given for the iliac passion, and Plistonicus for the celiac disease. Radishes are good, too, for curing ulcerations of the intestines, and suppurations of the thoracic organs, if eaten with honey. Some persons say, however, that for this purpose they should be boiled in earth and water, a decoction which, according to them, promotes the menstrual discharge. Taken with vinegar or honey, radishes expel worms from the intestines, and a decoction of them boiled down to 1/3 taken in wine is good for intestinal hernia. Employed in this way, too, they have the effect of drawing off the superfluous blood. Medius recommends them to be given boiled to persons troubled with spitting of blood, and to women who are suckling, for the purpose of increasing the milk. Hippocrates recommends females whose hair falls off to rub the head with radishes, and he says that for pains of the uterus they should be applied to the navel. Radishes have the effect, too, of restoring the skin, when scarred, to its proper color, and the seed, steeped in water and applied topically, arrests the progress of ulcers known as phagedenic. Democritus regards them taken with the food, as an aphrodisiac, and it is for this reason, perhaps, that some persons have spoken of them as being injurious to the voice. The leaves, but only those of the long radish, are said to have the effect of improving the eyesight. When radishes, employed as a remedy, act too powerfully, it is recommended that hyssop should be given immediately, there being an antipathy between these two plants. For dullness of hearing, too, radish juice is injected into the ear. To promote vomiting, it is extremely beneficial to eat radishes fasting. Chapter 14. The Parsnip, 5 Remedies. The Hibiscum, Wild Mallow, or Fistolochia, 11 Remedies. The hibiscum, by some persons known as the wild mallow, and by others as the Fistolochia, bears a strong resemblance to the parsnip. It is good for ulcerations of the cartilages, and is employed for the cure of fractured bones. The leaves of it taken in water relax the stomach. They have the effect also of keeping away serpents, and, employed as a liniment, are a cure for the stings of bees, wasps, and hornets. The root, pulled up before sunrise and wrapped in wool of the color known as native, taken from a sheep which has just dropped a ewe lamb, is employed as a bandage for scrofulous swellings, even after they have suppurated. Some persons are of opinion that for this purpose the root should be dug up with an implement of gold, and that care should be taken not to let it touch the ground. Sellis, too, recommends that the root be boiled in wine and applied in cases of gout, unattended with swelling. End of section 33.
Section 34 of the Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Mugglestone. The Natural History, Volume 4 by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 34, Book 20, Chapters 15 to 29. Chapter 15. The Staphylinos, or Wild Parsnip. 22 Remedies. The Staphylinos, or as some persons call it, erratic parsnip, is another kind. The seed of this plant, pounded and taken in wine, reduces swelling of the abdomen and alleviates hysterical suffocations and pains to such a degree as to restore the uterus to its natural condition. Used as a lineament also, with raisin wine, it is good for pains of the bowels in females. For men, too, beaten up with an equal proportion of bread and taken in wine, it may be found beneficial for similar pains. It is a diuretic also, and it will arrest the progress of phagodianic ulcers if applied fresh with honey, or else dried and sprinkled on them with meal. Dieuches recommends the root of it to be given, with hydromel, for affections of the liver and spleen, as also the sides, loins, and kidneys, and Cleophantus prescribes it for dysentery of long standing. Felistio says that it should be boiled in milk, and for strangury he prescribes 4 ounces of the root. Taken in water, he recommends it for dropsy, as well as in cases of opisthotomy, pleurisy, and epilepsy. Persons, it is said, who carry this plant about them will never be stung by serpents, and those who have just eaten of it will receive no hurt from them. Mixed with axle grease, it is applied to parts of the body stung by reptiles, and the leaves of it are eaten as a remedy for indigestion. Orpheus has stated that the Staphylinos acts as a filter, most probably because, a very well-established fact, when employed as a food it is an aphrodisiac, a circumstance which has led some persons to state that it promotes conception. In other respects, the cultivated parsnip has similar properties, though the wild kind is more powerful in its operation, and that which grows in stony soils more particularly. The seed, too, of the cultivated parsnip, taken in wine or vinegar and water, is salutary for stings inflicted by scorpions. By rubbing the teeth with the root of this plant, toothache is removed. Chapter 16. Gingidion, 1 Remedy. The Syrians devote themselves particularly to the cultivation of the garden, a circumstance to which we owe the Greek proverb, "There is plenty of vegetables in Syria." Among other vegetables, that country produces one very similar to the Staphylinos, and known to some persons as Gingidion, only that it is smaller than the Staphylinos and more bitter, though it has just the same properties. Eaten either raw or boiled, it is very beneficial to the stomach, as it entirely absorbs all humours with which it may happen to be surcharged. Chapter 17. The Skirret, 11 Remedies. The wild skirret, too, is very similar to the cultivated kind, and is productive of similar effects. It sharpens the stomach, and, taken with vinegar flavoured with silphium, or with pepper and hydromel, or else with garum, it promotes the appetite. According to Oppian, it is a diuretic, and acts as an aphrodisiac. Diocles is also of the same opinion, and in addition to which, he says that it possesses cordial virtues for convalescence, and is extremely beneficial after frequent vomitings. Heraclides has prescribed it against the effects of mercury, and for occasional impotence, and also generally for patients when convalescent. Hesychius says that skirrets would appear to be prejudicial to the stomach, because no one is able to eat 3 of them following. Still, however, he looks upon them as beneficial to patients who are just resuming the use of wine. The juice of the cultivated skirret, taken in goat's milk, arrests looseness of the stomach. Chapter 18. Sile or Heartwort. 12 remedies. As the similitude which exists between their Greek names has caused most persons to mistake the one for the other, we have thought it well to give some account here of sile or heartwort, though it is a plant which is very generally known. The best heartwort is that of Massilia, the seed of it being broad and yellow, and the next best is that of Ethiopia, the seed of which is of a darker hue. The Cretan heartwort is the most odoriferous of the several kinds. The root of this plant has a pleasant smell. The seed of it is eaten by vultures, it is said. Heartwort is useful to man for inveterate coughs, ruptures, and convulsions, being usually taken in white wine. It is employed also in cases of opisthotomy, and for diseases of the liver, as well as for griping pains in the bowels and for strangury, in doses of 2 or 3 spoonfuls at a time. The leaves of this plant are useful also, and have the effect of aiding parturition, in animals even. Indeed, it is generally said that roes, when about to bring forth, are in the habit of eating these leaves in particular. They are topically applied also in erysipelas, and either the leaves or the seed, taken fasting in the morning, are very beneficial to the digestion. Heartwort has the effect, too, of arresting looseness in cattle, either bruised and put into their drink, or else eaten by them after it has been chewed with salt. When oxen are in a diseased state, it is beaten up and poured into their food. Chapter 19. Elecampane. 11 remedies. Elecampane, too, chewed fasting, has the effect of strengthening the teeth if, from the moment that it is plucked, it is not allowed to touch the ground. A confection of it is a cure for cough. The juice of the root boiled is an expellent of intestinal tapeworm, and dried in the shade and reduced to powder, the root is curative in cases of cough, convulsions, flatulency, and affections of the trachea. It is useful, too, for the bites of venomous animals, and the leaves steeped in wine are applied topically for pains in the loins. Chapter 20. Onions. 27 remedies. There are no such things in existence as wild onions. The cultivated onion is employed for the cure of dimness of sight, the patient being made to smell at it till tears come into the eyes. It is still better even if the eyes are rubbed with the juice. It is said, too, that onions are soporific, and that they are a cure for ulcerations of the mouth, if chewed with bread. Fresh onions in vinegar, applied topically, or dried onions with wine and honey, are good for the bites of dogs, care being taken not to remove the bandage till the end of a couple of days. Applied, too, in the same way, they are good for healing excoriations. Roasted in hot ashes, many persons have applied them topically with barley meal for defluxions of the eyes and ulcerations of the genitals. The juice, too, is employed as an ointment for sores of the eyes, albugo and argema. Mixed with honey, it is used as a lineament for the stings of serpents and all kinds of ulcerous sores. In combination with woman's milk, it is employed for affections of the ears, and in cases of singing in the ears and hardness of hearing, it is injected into those organs with goose grease or honey. In cases where persons have been suddenly struck dumb, it has been administered to them to drink mixed with water. In cases, too, of toothache, it is sometimes introduced into the mouth as a gargle for the teeth. It is an excellent remedy also for all kinds of wounds made by animals, scorpions more particularly. In cases of alopecia and itch scab, bruised onions are rubbed on the parts affected. They are also given boiled to persons afflicted with dysentery or lumbago. Onion peelings, burnt to ashes and mixed with vinegar, are employed topically for stings of serpents and multipedes. In other respects, there are remarkable differences of opinion among medical men. The more modern writers have stated that onions are good for the thoracic organs and the digestion, but that they are productive of flatulency and thirst. The school of Asclepiades maintains that, used as an aliment, onions impart a florid colour to the complexion, and that, taken fasting every day, they are promoters of robustness and health, that as a diet, too, they are good for the stomach by acting upon the spirits, and have the effect of relaxing the bowels. He says, too, that employed as a suppository, onions disperse piles, and that the juice of them, taken in combination with the juice of fennel, is wonderfully beneficial in cases of incipient dropsy. It is said, too, that the juice, taken with rue and honey, is good for quinsy, and has the effect of dispelling lethargy. Varro assures us that onions, pounded with salt and vinegar and then dried, will never be attacked by worms. Chapter 21. Cut leek. 32 remedies. Cut leek has the effect of stanching bleeding at the nose, the nostrils being plugged with the plant, pounded, or else mixed with nut galls or mint. The juice of it, taken with woman's milk, arrests floodings after a miscarriage, and it is remedial in cases even of inveterate cough, and of affections of the chest and lungs. The leaves, applied topically, are employed for the cure of pimples, burns, and epinctis, this last being the name given to an ulcer, known also as cyc, situate in the corner of the eye, from which there is a continual running. Some persons, however, give this name to livid pustules, which cause a great restlessness in the night. Other kinds of ulcers, too, are treated with leeks beaten up with honey. Used with vinegar, they are extensively employed also for the bites of wild beasts, as well as of serpents and venomous creatures. Mixed with goat's gall, or else honeyed wine in equal proportions, they are used for affections of the ears, and, combined with woman's milk, for singing in the ears. In cases of headache, the juice is injected into the nostrils, or else into the ear at bedtime, 2 spoonfuls of juice to 1 of honey. This juice is taken too with pure wine for the stings of serpents and scorpions, and mixed with a semi-sextarius of wine for lumbago. The juice, or the leek itself, eaten as a food, is very beneficial to persons troubled with spitting of blood, phthisis, or inveterate catarrhs, and in cases of jaundice or dropsy, and for nephretic pains, it is taken in barley water, in doses of 1 acetabulum of juice. The same dose, too, mixed with honey, effectually purges the uterus. Leeks are eaten, too, in cases of poisoning by fungi, and are applied topically to wounds. They act also as an aphrodisiac, allay thirst, and dispel the effects of drunkenness. But they have the effect of weakening the sight and causing flatulency, it is said, though, at the same time, they are not injurious to the stomach, and act as an aperient. Leeks impart a remarkable clearness to the voice. Chapter 22. Bulbed leek. 39 remedies. Bulbed leek produces the same effects as cut leek, but in a more powerful degree. To persons troubled with spitting of blood, the juice of it is given with powdered nut galls or frankincense, or else gum acacia. Hippocrates, however, prescribes it without being mixed with anything else, and expressed himself of opinion that it has the property of opening the uterus when contracted, and that taken as an aliment by females, it is a great promoter of fecundity. Beaten up and mixed with honey, it cleanses ulcerous sores. It is good for the cure of coughs, catarrhs, and all infections of the lungs and of the trachea, whether given in form of a tisane or eaten raw, the head excepted. It must be taken, however, without bread, and upon alternate days, and this even if there should be purulent expectorations. Taken in this form, it greatly improves the voice, and acts as an aphrodisiac, and as a promoter of sleep. The heads, boiled in a couple of waters, arrest looseness of the bowels, and fluxes of long standing, and a decoction of the outer coat acts as a dye upon grey hair. Chapter 23. Garlic. 61 remedies. Garlic has very powerful properties, and is of great utility to persons on changes of water or locality. The very smell of it drives away serpents and scorpions, and, according to what some persons say, it is a cure for wounds made by every kind of wild beast, whether taken with the drink or food, or applied topically. Taken in wine, it is a remedy for the sting of the hemorrhoids, more particularly acting as an emetic. We shall not be surprised, too, that it acts as a powerful remedy for the bite of the shrew mouse, when we find that it has the property of neutralizing aconite, otherwise known as pardalianches. It neutralizes henbane also, and cures the bites of dogs when applied with honey to the wound. It is taken in drink also for the stings of serpents, and of its leaves, mixed with oil, a most valuable lineament is made for bruises on the body, even when they have swelled and formed blisters. Hippocrates is of the opinion also that fumigations made with garlic have the effect of bringing away the afterbirth, and he used to employ the ashes of garlic mixed with oil for the cure of running ulcers of the head. Some persons have prescribed boiled garlic for asthmatic patients, while others again have given it raw. Diocles prescribes it in combination with century for dropsy, and to be taken in a split fig to promote the alvine evacuations. Taken fresh, however, in unmixed wine with coriander, it is still more efficacious for that purpose. Some persons have given it beaten up in milk for asthma. Praxagoras used to prescribe garlic mixed with wine for jaundice, and with oil and pottage for the iliac passion. He employed it also in a similar form as a lineament for scrofulous swellings of the neck. The ancients used to give raw garlic in cases of madness, and Diocles administered it boiled for phrenitis. Beaten up and taken in vinegar and water, it is very useful as a gargle for quinsy. 3 heads of garlic beaten up in vinegar give relief in toothache, and a similar result is obtained by rinsing the mouth with a decoction of garlic and inserting pieces of it in the hollow teeth. Juice of garlic is sometimes injected into the ears with goose grease, and taken in drink, or similarly injected, in combination with vinegar and nitre, it arrests theriasis and parigo. Boiled with milk, or else beaten up and mixed with soft cheese, it is a cure for catarrhs. Employed in a similar manner, and taken with peas or beans, it is good for hoarseness, but in general it is to be found more serviceable cooked than raw, and boiled than roasted. In this last state, however, it is more beneficial to the voice. Boiled in oxymel, it has the effect of expelling tapeworm and other intestinal worms, and a pottage made of it is a cure for tenesmus. A decoction of garlic is applied topically for pains in the temples, and first boiled and then beaten up with honey, it is good for blisters. A decoction of it with stale grease or milk is excellent for a cough, and where persons are troubled with spitting of blood or purulent matter, it may be roasted in hot ashes and taken with honey in equal proportions. For convulsions and ruptures it is administered in combination with salt and oil, and, mixed with grease, it is employed for the cure of suspected tumours. Mixed with sulphur and resin, garlic draws out the humours from fistulous sores, and employed with pitch it will extract an arrow even from the wound. In cases of leprosy, lichen, and eruptions of the skin, it acts as a detergent, and effects a cure in combination with wild marjoram, or else reduced to ashes and applied as a lineament with oil and garum. It is employed in a similar matter too for erysipelas, and reduced to ashes and mixed with honey, it restores contused or livid spots on the skin to their proper colour. It is generally believed too that taken in the food and drink, garlic is a cure for epilepsy, and that a clove of it taken in astringent wine with an bolus weight of silphium will have the effect of dispelling quartan fever. Garlic cures coughs also, and suppurations of the chest, however violent they may be, to obtain which result another method is followed, it being boiled with broken beans and employed as a diet till the cure is fully effected. It is a soporific also, and in general imparts to the body an additional ruddiness of colour. Garlic acts as an aphrodisiac, beaten up with fresh coriander and taken in pure wine. The inconveniences which result from the use of it are dimness of sight and flatulency, and if taken in too large quantities, it does injury to the stomach and creates thirst. In addition to these particulars, mixed with spelt flour and given to poultry in their food, it preserves them from attacks of the pip. Beasts of burden, it is said, will void their urine all the more easily and without any pain if the genitals are rubbed with garlic. Chapter 24. The lettuce, 42 remedies. The goat lettuce, 4 remedies. The first kind of lettuce which grows spontaneously is the one that is generally known as goat lettuce. Thrown into the sea, this vegetable has the property of instantaneously killing all the fish that come into its vicinity. The milky juice of this lettuce, left to thicken and then put into vinegar, is given in doses of 2 oboli with the addition of 1 cyathus of water to patients for dropsy. The stalk and leaves, bruised and sprinkled with salt, are used for the cure of wounds of the sinews. Pounded with vinegar and employed as a gargle in the morning twice a month, they act as a preventative of toothache. Chapter 25. Caesopon, 1 remedy. Isatis, 1 remedy. The wild lettuce, 7 remedies. There is a second kind of wild lettuce, known by the Greeks as caesopon. The leaves of this lettuce, applied as a lineament with polenta, are used for the cure of ulcerous sores. This plant is found growing in the fields. A third kind again grows in the woods. The name given to it is isatis. The leaves of this last, beaten up and applied with polenta, are very useful for the cure of wounds. A fourth kind is used by dyers of wool. In the leaves it would resemble wild leparthum, were it not that they are more numerous and darker. This lettuce has the property of stanching blood and of healing phagodienic sores and putrid spreading ulcers, as well as tumours before suppuration. Both the root as well as the leaves are good too, for erysipelas, and a decoction of it is drunk for affections of the spleen. Such are the properties peculiar to each of these varieties. Chapter 26. Hawkweed. 17 remedies. The properties which are common to all the wild varieties are whiteness, a stem sometimes as much as a cubit in length, and a roughness upon the stalk and leaves. Among these plants there is one with round, short leaves, known to some persons as hieracean, from the circumstance that the hawk tears it open and sprinkles its eyes with the juice, and so dispels any dimness of sight of which it is apprehensive. The juice of all these plants is white, and in its properties resembles that of the poppy. It is collected at harvest time by making incisions in the stalk, and is kept in new earthen vessels, being renowned as a remedy for numerous maladies. Mixed with woman's milk, it is a cure for all diseases of the eyes, such as argyma, for instance, films on the eyes, scars, and inflammations of all kinds, and dimness of the sight more particularly. It is applied to the eyes, too, and wool, as a remedy for defluxions of those organs. This juice also purges the bowels, taken in doses of 2 obole in vinegar and water. Drunk in wine, it is a cure for the stings of serpents, and the leaves and stalk of the plant are pounded and taken in vinegar. They are employed also as a lineament for wounds, the sting of the scorpion, and more particularly, combined too with oil and vinegar, they are similarly applied for the bite of the phalangium. They have the effect also of neutralizing other poisons, with the exception of those which kill by suffocation, or by attacking the bladder, as also with the exception of white lead. Steeped in oxymel, they are applied to the abdomen for the purpose of drawing out vicious humours of the intestines. The juice is found good also in cases of retention of the urine. Cratius prescribes it to be given to dropsical patients, in doses of 2 oboli with vinegar and 1 cyathus of wine. Some persons collect the juice of the cultivated lettuce as well, but it is not so efficacious as the other. We have already made mention to some extent of the peculiar properties of the cultivated lettuce, such as promoting sleep, allaying the sexual passions, cooling the body when heated, purging the stomach, and making blood. In addition to these, it possesses no few properties besides, for it has the effect of removing flatulency and of dispelling eruptations, while at the same time it promotes the digestion without ever being indigestible itself. Indeed, there is no article of diet known that is a greater stimulant to the appetite, or which tends in greater degree to modify it, it being the extent, either way, to which it is eaten that promotes these opposite results. In the same way, too, lettuces eaten in too large quantities are laxative, but taken in moderation they are binding. They have the effect also of attenuating the tough, viscous phlegm, and according to what some persons say, of sharpening the senses. They are extremely serviceable, too, to debilitated stomachs, for which purpose a bole of sour sauce is added to them, the sharpness of which is modified by the application of sweet wine, to make it of the same strength as vinegar sauce. If, again, the phlegm with which the patient is troubled is extremely tough and viscous, wine of squills or of wormwood is employed, and if there is any cough perceptible, hyssop wine is mixed as well. Lettuces are given with wild endive for celiac affections, and for obstructions of the thoracic organs. White lettuces, too, are prescribed in large quantities for melancholy and affections of the bladder. Praxagoras recommends them for dysentery. Lettuces are good also for recent burns, before blisters have made their appearance. In such cases they are applied with salt. They arrest spreading ulcers, being applied at first with saltpetre and afterwards with wine. Beaten up, they are applied topically for erysipelas, and the stalks, beaten up with polenta and applied with cold water, are soothing for luxations of the limbs and spasmodic contractions. Used, too, with wine and polenta, they are good for pimples and eruptions. For cholera, lettuces have been given, cooked in the saucepan, in which case it is those with the largest stalk and bitter that are best. Some persons administer them also as an injection in milk. These stalks boiled are remarkably good, it is said, for the stomach. The summer lettuce, too, more particularly, and the bitter milky lettuce, of which we have already made mention as the meconis, have a soporific effect. This juice, in combination with woman's milk, is said to be extremely beneficial to the eyesight, if applied to the head in good time. It is a remedy, too, for such maladies of the eyes as result from the action of cold. I find other marvellous praises lavished upon the lettuce, such, for instance, as that mixed with Attic honey, it is no less beneficial for affections of the chest than abratonum, that the menstrual discharge is promoted in females by using it as a diet, that the seed, too, of the cultivated lettuce is administered as a remedy for the stings of scorpions, and that pounded and taken in wine, it arrests all the libidinous dreams and imaginations during sleep, that water, too, which affects the brain, will have no injurious effects on those who eat lettuce. Some persons have stated, however, that if lettuces are eaten too frequently, they will prove injurious to the eyesight. Chapter 27. Beet. 24 remedies. Nor are the two varieties of beet without their remedial properties. The root of either white or black beet, if hung by a string, fresh gathered and softened with water, is said to be efficacious for the stings of serpents. White beet, boiled and eaten with raw garlic, is taken for tapeworm. The root, too, of the black kind, similarly boiled in water, removes parigo. Indeed, it is generally stated that the black beet is the more efficacious of the two. The juice of the black beet is good for inveterate headaches and vertigo, and injected into the ears it stops singing in those organs. It is a diuretic also, and employed in injections as a cure for dysentery and jaundice. This juice used as a lineament allays toothache, and is good for the stings of serpents, but due care must be taken that it is extracted from this root only. A decoction, too, of beetroot is a remedy for chilblains. A lineament of white beetroot applied to the forehead arrests defluxations of the eyes, and mixed with a little alum, it is an excellent remedy for erysipelas. Beaten up and applied without oil, it is a cure for excoriations. In the same way, too, it is good for pimples and eruptions. Boiled, it is applied topically to spreading ulcers, and in a raw state it is employed in cases of alopecia and running ulcers of the head. The juice, injected with honey into the nostrils, has the effect of clearing the head. Beetroot is boiled with lentils and vinegar for the purpose of relaxing the bowels. If it is boiled, however, some time longer, it will have the effect of arresting fluxes of the stomach and bowels. Chapter 28. Limonian or Neuroides. 3 remedies. There is a wild beet, too, known by some persons as Limonian and by others as Neuroides. It has leaves much smaller and thinner than the cultivated kind, and lying closer together. These leaves amount often to 11 in number, the stalks resembling that of the lily. The leaves of this plant are very useful for burns, and have an astringent taste in the mouth. The seed, if taken in doses of 1 acetabulum, is good for dysentery. It is said that a decoction of beet with the root has the property of taking stains out of cloths and parchment. Chapter 29. Endive. 3 remedies. Endive, too, is not without its medicinal uses. The juice of it, employed with rose oil and vinegar, has the effect of allaying headache, and taken with wine it is good for pains in the liver and bladder. It is used also, topically, for defluxions of the eyes. The spreading endive has received from some persons among us the name of ambula. In Egypt, the wild endive is known as chicorium, the cultivated kind being called ceres. This last is smaller than the other, and the leaves of it more full of veins. End of section 34. Section 35 of the Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Mugglestone. The Natural History, Volume 4 by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 35. Chapter 30. Cicorium or Creston, otherwise called pancration or ambula. 12 remedies. Wild endive or cicorium has certain refreshing qualities used as an aliment. Applied by way of lineament, it disperses abscesses, and a decoction of it loosens the bowels. It is also very beneficial to the liver, kidneys, and stomach. A decoction of it in vinegar has the effect of dispelling the pains of strangury, and, taken in honeyed wine, it is a cure for the jaundice, if unattended with fever. It is beneficial also to the bladder, and a decoction of it in water promotes the menstrual discharge to such an extent as to bring away the dead fetus even. In addition to these qualities, the magicians state that persons who rub themselves with the juice of the entire plant mixed with oil are sure to find more favour with others, and to obtain with greater facility anything they may desire. This plant, in consequence of its numerous salutary virtues, has been called by some persons Creston, and pancration by others. Chapter 31. Hedipnois. 4 remedies. There is a sort of wild endive, too, with a broader leaf. known to some persons as hedipnois. Boiled, it acts as an astringent upon a relaxed stomach, and eaten raw, it is productive of constipation. It is good, too, for dysentery, when eaten with lentils more particularly. This variety, as well as the preceding one, is useful for ruptures and spasmodic contractions, and relieves persons who are suffering from spermatorrhea. Chapter 32. Ceres, 3 varieties of it, 7 remedies borrowed from it. The vegetable, too, called ceres, which bears a considerable resemblance to the lettuce, consists of 2 kinds. The wild, which is of a swarthy colour and grows in summer, is the best of the 2, the winter kind, which is whiter than the other, being inferior. They are both of them bitter, but are extremely beneficial to the stomach when distressed by humours more particularly. Used as food with vinegar they are cooling, and, employed as a lineament, they dispel other humours besides those of the stomach. The roots of the wild variety are eaten with polenta for the stomach, and in cardiac diseases they are applied topically above the left breast. Boiled in vinegar, all these vegetables are good for the gout, and for patients troubled with spitting of blood or spermatorrhea, the decoction being taken on alternate days. Petronius Diodotus, who has written a medical anthology, utterly condemns ceres, and employs a multitude of arguments to support his views. This opinion of his is opposed, however, to that of all other writers on the subject. Chapter 33. The cabbage, 87 remedies. Recipes mentioned by Cato. It would be too lengthy a task to enumerate all the praises of the cabbage, more particularly as the physician Chrysippus has devoted a whole volume to the subject, in which its virtues are described in reference to each individual part of the human body. Diuches has done the same, and Pythagoras too in particular. Cato, too, has not been more sparing in his praises than the others, and it will be only right to examine the opinions which he expresses in relation to it, if for no other purpose than to learn what medicines the Roman people made use of for 600 years. The most ancient Greek writers have distinguished 3 varieties of the cabbage. The curly cabbage, to which they have given the name of selenoides, from the resemblance of its leaf to that of the parsley, beneficial to the stomach and moderately relaxing to the bowels. The helia, with broad leaves running out from the stalk, a circumstance owing to which some persons have given it the name of collodes, of no use whatever in a medicinal point of view, and a third, the name of which is properly crambe, with thinner leaves of simple form and closely packed, more bitter than the others, but extremely efficacious in medicine. Cato esteems the curly cabbage the most highly of all, and next to it the smooth cabbage with large leaves and a thick stalk. He says that it is a good thing for headache, dimness of the sight, and dazzling of the eyes, the spleen, the stomach, and thoracic organs, taken raw in the morning in doses of 2 acetabula, with oxymel, coriander, rue, mint, and root of silphium. He says, too, that the virtue of it is so great, that the very person even who beats up this mixture feels himself all the stronger for it, for which reason he recommends it to be taken mixed with these condiments, or, at all events, dressed with a sauce compounded of them. For the gout, too, and diseases of the joints, a lineament of it should be used, he says, with a little rue and coriander, a sprinkling of salt, and some barley meal. The very water even in which it has been boiled is wonderfully efficacious, according to him, for the sinews and joints. For wounds, either recent or of long standing, as also for carcinoma, which is incurable by any other mode of treatment, he recommends fomentations to be made with warm water, and, after that, an application of cabbage beaten up to the parts affected twice a day. He says also that fistulas and sprains should be treated in a similar way, as well as all humours which it may be desirable to bring to a head and disperse, and he states that this vegetable, boiled and eaten fasting in considerable quantities, with oil and salt, has the effect of preventing dreams and wakefulness. Also, that if, after one boiling, it is boiled a second time, with the addition of oil, salt, cumin, and polenta, it will relieve gripings in the stomach, and that, if eaten in this way without bread, it is more beneficial still. Among various other particulars, he says, that if taken in drink with black wine, it has the effect of carrying off the bilious secretions, and he recommends the urine of a person who has been living on a cabbage diet to be preserved, as, when warmed, it is a good remedy for the diseases of the sinews. I will, however, here give the identical words in which Cato expresses himself upon this point. If you wash little children with this urine, says he, they will never be weak and puny. He recommends also the warm juice of cabbage to be injected into the ears, in combination with wine, and assures us that it is a capital remedy for deafness. And he says that the cabbage is a cure for impetigo without the formation of ulcers. Chapter 34. Opinions of the Greeks relative thereto. As we have already given those of Cato, it will be as well to set forth the opinions entertained by the Greek writers on this subject, only in relation, however, to those points upon which he has omitted to touch. They are of opinion that cabbage, not thoroughly boiled, carries off the bile, and has the effect of loosening the bowels, while, on the other hand, if it is boiled twice over, it will act as an astringent. They say, too, that as there is a natural enmity between it and the vine, it combats the effects of wine, that, if eaten before drinking, it is sure to prevent drunkenness, being equally a dispellent of crapulence if taken after drinking, that cabbage is a food very beneficial to the eyesight, and that the juice of it raw is even more so, if the corners of the eyes are only touched with a mixture of it with Attic honey. Cabbage, too, according to the same testimony, is extremely easy of digestion, and, as an aliment, greatly tends to clear the senses. The school of Erasistratus proclaims that there is nothing more beneficial to the stomach and the sinews than cabbage, for which reason, he says, it ought to be given to the paralytic and nervous, as well as to persons affected with spitting of blood. Hippocrates prescribes it, twice boiled and eaten with salt, for dysentery and celiac affections, as also for tenesmus and diseases of the kidneys. He is of opinion, too, that as an aliment it increases the quality of the milk in women who are nursing, and that it promotes the menstrual discharge. The stalk, too, eaten raw, is efficacious in expelling the dead fetus. Apollodorus prescribes the seed, or else the juice of the cabbage, to be taken in cases of poisoning by fungi, and Philistian recommends the juice for persons affected with opisthotomy in goat's milk with salt and honey. I find, too, that persons have been cured of the gout by eating cabbage and drinking a decoction of that plant. This decoction has been given also to persons afflicted with the cardiac disease and epilepsy, with the addition of salt, and it has been administered in white wine for affections of the spleen for a period of 40 days. According to Philistian, the juice of the raw root should be given as a gargle to persons afflicted with icterus or phrenitis, and for hiccup he prescribes a mixture of it in vinegar with coriander, anise, honey, and pepper. Used as a lineament, cabbage, he says, is beneficial for inflations of the stomach, and the very water even in which it has been boiled, mixed with barley meal, is a remedy for the stings of serpents and foul ulcers of long standing, a result which is equally effected by a mixture of cabbage juice with vinegar or fenugreek. It is in this manner, too, that some persons employ it topically, for affections of the joints and for gout. Applied topically, cabbage is a cure for epinctis and all kinds of spreading eruptions on the body, as also for sudden attacks of dimness. Indeed, if eaten with vinegar, it has the effect of curing the last. Applied by itself, it heals contusions and other livid spots, and mixed with a ball of alum in vinegar, it is good as a lineament for leprosy and itch scabs. Used in this way, too, it prevents the hair from falling off. Epicharmus assures us that, applied topically, cabbage is extremely beneficial for diseases of the testes and genitals, and even better still when employed with bruised beans. He says, too, that it is a cure for convulsions, that, in combination with rue, it is good for the burning heats of fever and maladies of the stomach, and that, with rue seed, it brings away the afterbirth. It is of use also for the bite of the shrew-mouse. Dried cabbage leaves reduced to a powder are cathartic both by vomit and by stool. Chapter 35. Cabbage Sprouts. In all varieties of the cabbage, the part most agreeable to the taste is the cyma, although no use is made of it in medicine, as it is difficult to digest and by no means beneficial to the kidneys. At the same time, too, it should not be omitted that the water in which it has been boiled, and which is so highly praised for many purposes, gives out a very bad smell when poured upon the ground. The ashes of dried cabbage stalks are generally reckoned among the caustic substances. Mixed with a stale grease, they are employed for sciatica, and, used as a lineament, in the form of a depilatory, together with silphium and vinegar, they prevent hair that has been once removed from growing again. These ashes, too, are taken lukewarm in oil, or else by themselves, for convulsions, internal ruptures, and the effects of falls with violence. And are we to say, then, that the cabbage is possessed of no evil qualities whatever? Certainly not, for the same authors tell us that it is apt to make the breath smell, and that it is injurious to the teeth and gums. In Egypt, too, it is never eaten on account of its extreme bitterness. Chapter 36. The Wild Cabbage. 37 Remedies. Cato extols infinitely more highly the properties of wild or erratic cabbage, so much so, indeed, as to affirm that the very powder of it, dried and collected in a scent box, has the property, on merely smelling at it, of removing maladies of the nostrils and the bad smells resulting therefrom. Some persons call this wild cabbage Petrea. It has an extreme antipathy to wine, so much so, indeed, that the vine invariably avoids it, and if it cannot make its escape, will be sure to die. This vegetable has leaves of uniform shape, small, rounded, and smooth, bearing a strong resemblance to the cultivated cabbage. It is whiter and has a more downy leaf. According to Chrysippus, this plant is a remedy for flatulency, melancholy, and recent wounds, if applied with honey, and not taken off before the end of 6 days. Beaten up in water, it is good also for scrofula and fistula. Other writers, again, say that it is an effectual cure for spreading sores on the body, known as nomi, that it has the property also of removing excrescences and of reducing the scars of wounds and sores, that if chewed raw with honey, it is a cure for ulcers of the mouth and tonsils, and that a decoction of it used as a gargle with honey is productive of the same effect. They say, too, that mixed in strong vinegar with alum in the proportion of 3 parts to 2 of alum, and then applied as a lineament, it is a cure for itch scabs and leprous sores of long standing. Epicharmus informs us that for the bite of a mad dog it is quite sufficient to apply it topically to the part affected, but that if it is used with silphium and strong vinegar it is better still. He says, too, that it will kill a dog if given to it with flesh to eat. The seed of this plant, parched, is remedial in cases of poisoning by the stings of serpents, eating fungi, and drinking bull's blood. The leaves of it, either boiled and taken in the food, or else eaten raw, or applied with a lineament of sulphur and nitre, are good for affections of the spleen, as well as hard tumours of the mammillae. In swelling of the uvula, if the parts affected are only touched with the ashes of the root, a cure will be the result, and applied topically with honey, they are equally beneficial for reducing swellings of the parotoid glands, and curing the stings of serpents. We will add only one more proof of the virtues of the cabbage, and that a truly marvellous one. In all vessels in which water is boiled, the incrustations which adhere with such a tenacity that it is otherwise impossible to detach them will fall off immediately if a cabbage is boiled therein. Chapter 37. The Lapsana, one remedy. Among the wild cabbages we find also the Lapsana, a plant which grows a foot in height, has a hairy leaf, and strongly resembles mustard, were it not that the blossom is whiter. It is eaten cooked, and has the property of soothing and gently relaxing the bowels. Chapter 38. The sea cabbage, one remedy. Sea cabbage is the most strongly purgative of all these plants. It is cooked in consequence of its extreme pungency with fat meat, and is extremely detrimental to the stomach. Chapter 39. The squill, 23 remedies. In medicine, we give the name of white squill to the male plant, and of black to the female. The whiter the squill, the better it is for medicinal purposes. The dry coats being first taken off it, the remaining part, or so much of it as retains life, is cut into pieces, which are then strung and suspended on a string at short distances from each other. After these pieces are thoroughly dried, they are thrown into a jar of the very strongest vinegar, suspended in such a way, however, as not to touch any portion of the vessel. This is done 48 days before the summer solstice. The mouth of the jar is then tightly sealed with plaster, after which it is placed beneath some tiles, which receive the rays of the sun the whole day through. At the end of 48 days the vessel is removed, the squills are taken out of it, and the vinegar poured into another jar. This vinegar has the effect of sharpening the eyesight, and, taken every other day, is good for pains in the stomach and sides. The strength of it, however, is so great that if taken in too large a quantity, it will for some moments produce all the appearance of death. Squills, too, if chewed by themselves even, are good for the gums and teeth, and taken in vinegar and honey they expel tapeworm and other intestinal worms. Put fresh beneath the tongue, they prevent persons afflicted with dropsy from experiencing thirst. Squills are cooked in various ways, either in a pot with a lining of clay or grease, which is put into an oven or furnace, or else cut into pieces and stewed in a saucepan. They are dried also in a raw state, and then cut into pieces and boiled with vinegar, in which case they are employed as a lineament for the stings of serpents. Sometimes, again, they are roasted and then cleaned, after which the middle of the bulb is boiled again in water. When thus boiled, they are used for dropsy as a diuretic, being taken in doses of 3 eboli with oxymel. They are employed also in a similar manner for affections of the spleen and of the stomach when it is too weak to digest the food, provided no ulcerations have made their appearance. Also for gripings of the bowels, jaundice, and inveterate cough, accompanied with asthma. A cataplasm of squill leaves, taken off at the end of 4 days, has the effect of dispersing scrofulous swellings of the neck, and a decoction of squills in oil, applied as a lineament, is a cure for dandruff and running ulcers of the head. Squills are boiled in honey also for the table, with the view of aiding the digestion more particularly. Used in this way, too, they act upon the inside as a purgative. Boiled with oil and then mixed with resin, they are a cure for chaps on the feet, and the seed, mixed with honey, is applied topically for the cure of lumbago. Pythagoras says that a squill, suspended at the threshold of the door, effectually shuts all access to evil spells and incantations. Chapter 40. Bulbs. 30 remedies. Bulbs, steeped in vinegar and sulphur, are good for the cure of wounds in the face. Beaten up and used alone, they are beneficial for contractions of the sinews, mixed with wine for porigo, and used with honey for the bites of dogs. In this last case, however, Erasistratus says that they ought to be mixed with pitch. The same author states that, applied topically with honey, they stanch the flowing of blood. Other writers say, however, that in cases of bleeding at the nose, coriander and meal should be employed in combination with them. Theodorus prescribes bulbs in vinegar for the cure of lichens, and for eruptions in the head he recommends bulbs mixed with astringent wine or an egg beaten up. He treats defluxions of the eyes also with bulbs, applied topically, and uses a similar method for the cure of ophthalmia. The red bulbs, more particularly, will cause spots in the face to disappear if rubbed upon them with honey and nitrate in the sun, and applied with wine or boiled cucumber they will remove freckles. Used either by themselves or, as Damien recommends, in combination with honeyed wine, they are remarkably efficacious for the cure of wounds, care being taken, however, not to remove the application till the end of 4 days. The same author prescribes them, too, for the cure of fractured ears and collections of crude humours in the testes. For pains in the joints, bulbs are used with meal. Boiled in wine and applied to the abdomen, they reduce hard swellings of the viscera. In dysentery, they are given in wine mixed with rainwater, and for convulsions of the intestines they are employed, in combination with silphium, in pills the size of a bean. Bruised, they are employed externally for the purpose of checking perspirations. Bulbs are good, too, for the sinews, for which reason it is that they are given to paralytic patients. The red bulb, mixed with honey and salt, heals sprains of the feet with great rapidity. The bulbs of Megara act as a strong aphrodisiac, and garden bulbs, taken with boiled must or raisin wine, aid delivery. Wild bulbs, made up into pills with silphium, effect the cure of wounds and other affections of the intestines. The seed, too, of the cultivated kinds is taken in wine as a cure for the bite of the phalangium, and the bulbs themselves are applied in vinegar for the cure of the stings of serpents. The ancients used to give bulb seed to persons afflicted with madness in drink. The blossom, beaten up, removes spots upon the legs, as well as scorches produced by fire. Diocles is of opinion that the sight is impaired by the use of bulbs. He adds, too, that when boiled they are not so wholesome as roasted, and that, whatever nature they may be, they are difficult of digestion. Chapter 41. Bulbine, 1 remedy. Bulb emetic. The Greeks give the name bulbine to a plant with leaves resembling those of the leek, and a red bulbous root. This plant, it is said, is marvellously good for wounds, but only when they are of recent date. The bulbous plant known as the emetic bulb, from the effects which it produces, has dark leaves, and longer than those of the other kinds. Chapter 42. Garden asparagus, with the next 24 remedies. Asparagus is said to be extremely wholesome as an aliment to the stomach. With the addition of cumin, it dispels flatulency of the stomach and colon. It sharpens the eyesight also, acts as a mild aperient on the stomach, and, boiled with wine, is good for pains in the chest and spine, and diseases of the intestines. For pains in the loins and kidneys, asparagus seed is administered in doses of 3 eboli, taken with an equal proportion of cumin seed. It acts as an aphrodisiac, and is an extremely useful diuretic, except that it has a tendency to ulcerate the bladder. The root also, pounded and taken in white wine, is highly extolled by some writers as having the effect of disengaging calculi and of soothing pains in the loins and kidneys. There are some persons, too, who administer this root with sweet wine for pains in the uterus. Boiled in vinegar, the root is very beneficial in cases of elephantiasis. It is said that if a person is rubbed with asparagus beaten up in oil, he will never be stung by bees. Chapter 43. Caruda, Libicum, or Orminum. Wild asparagus is by some persons called caruda, by others libicum, and by the people of Attica, orminus. For all the affections above enumerated, it is more efficacious even than the cultivated kind, that which is white more particularly. This vegetable has the effect of dispelling the jaundice, and a decoction of it, in doses of 1 hemina, is recommended as an aphrodisiac. A similar effect is produced also by a mixture of asparagus seed and dill, in doses of 3 eboli respectively. A decoction of asparagus juice is given also for the stings of serpents, and the root of it, mixed with that of marathrum, is reckoned in the number of the most valuable remedies we are acquainted with. In cases of haematuria, Chrysippus recommends a mixture of asparagus, parsley, and cumin seed to be given to the patient every 5 days in doses of 3 eboli mixed with 2 syathi of wine. He says, however, that though employed this way it is a good diuretic, it is bad for dropsy and acts as an antaphrodisiac, and that it is injurious to the bladder unless it is boiled first. He states also that if the water in which it is boiled is given to dogs, it will kill them, and that the juice of the root boiled in wine, kept in the mouth, is an effectual cure for toothache. Chapter 44. Parsley, 17 remedies. Parsley is held in universal esteem, for we find sprigs of it swimming in the draughts of milk given us to drink in country places, and we know that as a seasoning for sauces it is looked upon with peculiar favour. Applied to the eyes with honey, which must also be fermented from time to time with a warm decoction of it, it has a most marvellous efficacy in cases of defluxion of those organs or of other parts of the body, as also when beaten up and applied by itself, or in combination with bread or with polenta. Fish, too, when found to be in an ailing state in the preserves, are greatly refreshed by giving them green parsley. As to the opinions entertained upon it among the learned, there is not a single production dug out of the earth, in reference to which a greater diversity exists. Parsley is distinguished as male and female. According to Chrysippus, the female plant has a hard leaf, and more curled than the other, a thick stem and an acrid hot taste. Dionysius says that the female is darker than the other kind, has a shorter root, and engenders small worms. Both of these writers, however, agree in saying that neither kind of parsley should be admitted into the number of our aliments. Indeed, they look upon it as nothing less than sacrilege to do so, seeing that parsley is consecrated to the funereal feasts in honour of the dead. They say, too, that it is injurious to the eyesight, that the stalk of the female plant engenders small worms, for which reason it is that those who eat of it become barren, males as well as females, and that children suckled by females who live on a parsley diet are sure to be epileptic. They agree, however, in stating that the male plant is not so injurious in its effects as the female, and that it is for this reason that it is not absolutely condemned and classed among the forbidden plants. The leaves of it, employed as a cataplasm, are used for dispersing hard tumours in the mammillae, and when boiled in water it makes it more agreeable to drink. The juice of the root, more particularly, mixed with wine, allays the pains of lumbago, and, injected into the ears, it diminishes hardness of hearing. The seed of it acts as a diuretic, promotes the menstrual discharge, and brings away the afterbirth. Bruises and livid spots, if fermented with a decoction of parsley seed, will resume their natural colour. Applied topically, with the white of egg, or boiled in water, and then drunk, it is remedial for affections of the kidneys, and beaten up in cold water, it is a cure for ulcers of the mouth. The seed, mixed with wine, or the root, taken with old wine, has the effect of breaking calculi in the bladder. The seed, too, is given in white wine to persons afflicted with the jaundice. Chapter 45. Apiastrum, or Melissophyllum. Hyginus gave the name of Apiastrum to Melissophyllum, but that which grows in Sardinia is poisonous, and universally condemned. I speak here of this plant because I feel it my duty to place before the reader every object which has been classified among the Greeks under the same name. End of section 35.
Section 36 of The Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 36. Book 20, Chapters 46 to 55. Chapter 46. Olosatrum, or Hippocyrinon, 11 remedies. Orioselenon, 2 remedies. Helioselenon, 1 remedy. Olosatrum, usually known as hyposelenon, is particularly repulsive to scorpions. The seed of it, taken in drink, is a cure for gripings in the stomach and intestinal complaints, and the decoction of the seed, drunk in honeyed wine, is curative in cases of dysuria. The root of the plant, boiled in wine, expels calculi of the bladder, and is a cure for lumbago and pains in the sides. Taken in drink and applied topically, it is a cure for the bite of a mad dog, and the juice of it, when drunk, is warming for persons benumbed with cold. Some persons make out Orioselenon to be a 4th species of parsley. It is a shrub about a palm in height, with an elongated seed, bearing a strong resemblance to that of cumin, and efficacious for the urine and the catamenia. Helioselenon is possessed of peculiar virtues against the bites of spiders, and Orioselenon is used with wine for promoting the menstrual discharge. Chapter 47. Petroselenon, 1 remedy. Buselenon, 1 remedy. Another kind again, which grows in rocky places, is known by some persons as petroselenon. It is particularly good for abscesses, taken in doses of 2 spoonfuls of the juice to 1 cayetes of juice of horehound, mixed with 3 cayetai of warm water. Some writers have added buselenon to the list, which differs only from the cultivated kind in the shortness of the stalk and the red color of the root, the medicinal properties being just the same. Taken in drink or applied topically, it is an excellent remedy for the stings of serpents. Chapter 48. Ocimum, 35 remedies. Chrysippus has exclaimed as strongly too against ocimum as he has against parsley, declaring that it is prejudicial to the stomach and the free discharge of the urine, and is injurious to the sight; that it produces insanity too, and lethargy, as well as diseases of the liver; and that it is for this reason that goats refuse to touch it. Hence he comes to the conclusion that the use of it ought to be avoided by man. Some persons go so far as to say that if beaten up and then placed beneath a stone, a scorpion will breed there, and that if chewed and then placed in the sun, worms will breed in it. The people of Africa maintain too that if a person is stung by a scorpion the same day on which he has eaten ocimum, his life cannot possibly be saved. Even more than this, there are some who assert that if a handful of ocimum is beaten up with 10 sea or river crabs, all the scorpions in the vicinity will be attracted to it. Diodotus too, in his book of recipes, says that ocimum, used as an article of food, breeds lice. Succeeding ages, again, have warmly defended this plant. It has been maintained, for instance, that goats do eat it, that the mind of no one who has eaten of it is at all affected, and that mixed with wine, with the addition of a little vinegar, it is a cure for the stings of land scorpions and the venom of those found in the sea. Experience has proved too that the smell of this plant in vinegar is good for fainting fits and lethargy, as well as inflammations; that employed as a cooling liniment, with rose oil, myrtle oil, or vinegar, it is good for headache; and that applied topically with wine it is beneficial for defluxions of the eyes. It has been found also that it is good for the stomach, that taken with vinegar it dispels flatulent eructations, that applications of it arrest fluxes of the bowels, that it acts as a diuretic, and that in this way it is good for jaundice and dropsy, as well as cholera and looseness of the bowels. Hence it is that Felistio has prescribed it even for celiac affections, and boiled for dysentery. Some persons too, though contrary to the opinion of Plistonicus, have given it in wine for tenesmus and spitting of blood, as also for obstructions of the viscera. It is employed too as a liniment for the mammillae, and has the effect of arresting the secretion of the milk. It is very good also for the ears of infants, when applied with goose grease more particularly. The seed of it, beaten up and inhaled into the nostrils, is provocative of sneezing, and applied as a liniment to the head, of running at the nostrils. Taken in the food too with vinegar, it purges the uterus. Mixed with copperas, it removes warts. It acts also as an aphrodisiac, for which reason it is given to horses and asses at the season for covering. Wild occamum has exactly the same properties in every respect, though in a more active degree. It is particularly good too for the various affections produced by excessive vomiting, and for abscesses of the womb. The root, mixed with wine, is extremely efficacious for bites inflicted by wild beasts. Chapter 49. Rocket, 12 remedies. The seed of rocket is remedial for the venom of the scorpion and the shrew mouse. It repels too all parasitical insects which breed on the human body, and applied to the face as liniment with honey removes spots upon the skin. Used with vinegar too, it is a cure for freckles, and mixed with ox-gall, it restores the livid marks left by wounds to their natural color. It is said that if this plant is taken in wine by persons who are about to undergo a flogging, it will impart a certain degree of insensibility to the body. So agreeable is its flavor as a savoring for food that the Greeks have given it the name of oesomon. It is generally thought that rocket lightly bruised and employed as a fomentation for the eyes will restore the sight to its original goodness, and that it allays coughs in young infants. The root of it, boiled in water, has the property of extracting the splinters of broken bones. As to the properties of rocket as an aphrodisiac, we have mentioned them already. 3 leaves of wild rocket plucked with the left hand, beaten up in hydromel, and then taken in drink, are productive of a similar effect. Chapter 50. Nasturtium, 42 remedies. Nasturtium, on the other hand, is an anti-aphrodisiac. It has the effect also of sharpening the senses, as already stated. There are 2 varieties of this plant. One of them is purgative, and taken in doses of 1 denarius to 7 of water, carries off the bilious secretions. Applied as a liniment to scrofulous sores with bean meal, and then covered with a cabbage leaf, it is a most excellent remedy. The other kind, which is darker than the first, has the effect of carrying off vicious humours of the head, and sharpening the sight. Taken in vinegar, it calms the troubled spirits, and, drunk with wine or taken in a fig, it is good for affections of the spleen. Taken in honey too, fasting daily, it is good for a cough. The seed of it, taken in wine, expels all kinds of intestinal worms, and with the addition of wild mint, it acts more efficaciously still. It is good too for asthma and cough, in combination with wild marjoram and sweet wine, and a decoction of it in goat's milk is used for pains in the chest. Mixed with pitch, it disperses tumours and extracts thorns from the body, and employed as a liniment with vinegar, it removes spots upon the body. When used for the cure of carcinoma, white of eggs is added to it. With vinegar it is employed also as a liniment for affections of the spleen, and with honey it is found to be very useful for the complaints of infants. Sextius adds that the smell of burnt nasturtium drives away serpents, neutralizes the venom of scorpions, and gives relief in headache. With the addition too of mustard, he says, it is a cure for alopecia, and applied to the ears with a fig it is a remedy for hardness of hearing. The juice of it, he says, if injected into the ears, will effect the cure of toothache, and employed with goose grease it is a remedy for porigo and ulcerous sores of the head. Applied with leaven it brings boils to a head, and makes carbuncles suppurate and break. Used with honey too it is good for cleansing phagedenic ulcers. Topical applications are made of it, combined with vinegar and polenta, in cases of sciatica and lumbago. It is similarly employed too for lichens and malformed nails, its qualities being naturally caustic. The best nasturtium of all is that of Babylonia. The wild variety possesses the same qualities as the cultivated in every respect, but in a more powerful degree. Chapter 51. Rue, 84 remedies. One of the most active, however, of all the medicinal plants is rue. The cultivated kind has broader leaves and more numerous branches than the other. Wild rue is more violent in its effects and more active in every respect. The juice of it is extracted by beating it up and moistening it moderately with water, after which it is kept for use in boxes of Cyprian copper. Given in large doses, this juice has all the baneful effects of poison, and that of Macedonia more particularly, which rose on the banks of the river Aleakmon. It is a truly wonderful thing, but the juice of hemlock has the property of neutralizing its effects. Thus do we find one thing acting as the poison of another poison, for the juice of hemlock is very beneficial rubbed upon the hands and face of persons employed in gathering rue. In other respects, rue is one of the principal ingredients employed in antidotes, that of Galatia more particularly. Every species of rue, employed by itself, has the effect also of an antidote, if the leaves are bruised and taken in wine. It is good more particularly in cases of poisoning by wolfsbane and mistletoe, as well as by fungi, whether administered in the drink or the food. Employed in a similar manner, it is good for the stings of serpents; so much so, in fact, that weasels, when about to attack them, take the precaution first of protecting themselves by eating rue. Rue is good, too, for the injuries by scorpions and spiders, the stings of bees, hornets, and wasps, the noxious effects produced by cantharides and salamanders, and the bites of mad dogs. The juice is taken in doses of 1 acetabulum in wine, and the leaves, beaten up or else chewed, are applied topically, with honey and salt, or boiled with vinegar and pitch. It is said that people rubbed with the juice of rue, or even having it on their person, are never attacked by these noxious creatures, and that serpents are driven away by the stench of burning rue. The most efficacious, however, of all is the root of wild rue, taken with wine. This too, it is said, is more beneficial still if drunk in the open air. Pythagoras has distinguished this plant also into male and female, the former having smaller leaves than the other, and of a grass-green color. The female plant, he says, has leaves of a larger size and a more vivid hue. The same author, too, has considered rue to be injurious to the eyes, but this is an error, for engravers and painters are in the habit of eating it with bread, or else nasturtium, for the benefit of the sight. Wild goats, too, eat it for the sight, they say. Many persons have dispersed films on the eyes by rubbing them with a mixture of the juice of rue with Attic honey, or the milk of a woman just delivered of a male child. The same result has been produced also by touching the corners of the eyes with the pure juice of the plant. Applied topically with polenta, rue carries off defluxions of the eyes, and, taken with wine, or applied topically with vinegar and rose oil, it is a cure for headache. If, however, the pain attacks the whole of the head, the rue should be applied with barley meal and vinegar. This plant has the effect also of dispelling crudities, flatulency, and inveterate pains of the stomach. It opens the uterus too, and restores it when displaced, for which purpose it is applied as a liniment with honey to the whole of the abdomen and chest. Mixed with figs and boiled down to 1/2, it is administered in wine for dropsy, and it is taken in a similar manner for pains of the chest, sides, and loins, as well as for coughs, asthma, and affections of the lungs, liver, and kidneys, and for shivering fits. Persons about to indulge in wine take a decoction of the leaves to prevent headache and surfeit. Taken in food, too, it is wholesome, whether eaten raw or boiled, or used as a confection. Boiled with hyssop, and taken with wine, it is good for gripings of the stomach. Employed in the same way, it arrests internal hemorrhage, and, applied to the nostrils, bleeding at the nose. It is beneficial also to the teeth if rinsed with it. In cases of earache, this juice is injected into the ears, care being taken to moderate the dose, as already stated, if wild rue is employed. For hardness of hearing, too, and singing in the ears, it is similarly employed in combination with oil of roses, or oil of laurel, or else cumin and honey. Juice of rue pounded in vinegar is applied also to the temples and the region of the brain in persons affected with phrenitis. Some persons, however, have added to this mixture wild thyme and laurel leaves, rubbing the head and neck as well with the liniment. It has been given in vinegar to lethargic patients to smell at, and a decoction of it is administered for epilepsy in doses of 4 kayati, as also just before the attacks in fever of intolerable chills. It is likewise given raw to persons for shivering fits. Rue is a provocative of the urine, to bleeding even. It promotes the menstrual discharge also, and brings away the afterbirth. as well as the dead fetus even, according to Hippocrates, if taken in sweet red wine. The same author also recommends applications of it, as well as fumigations, for affections of the uterus. For cardiac disease, Diocles prescribes applications of rue in combination with vinegar, honey, and barley meal, and for the iliac passion he says that it should be mixed with meal, boiled in oil, and spread upon the wool of a sheep's fleece. Many persons recommend for purulent expectorations 2 drachmae of dried rue to 1 1/2 of sulphur, and for spitting of blood a decoction of 3 sprigs in wine. It is given also in dysentery with cheese, the rue being first beaten up in wine, and it has been prescribed, pounded with bitumen, as a potion for habitual shortness of breath. For persons suffering from violent falls, 3 ounces of the seed is recommended. A pound of oil, in which rue leaves have been boiled, added to 1 sextarius of wine, forms a liniment for parts of the body which are frostbitten. If rue really is a diuretic, as Hippocrates thinks, it is a singular thing that some persons should give it as being an antidiuretic, for the suppression of incontinence of urine. Applied topically, with honey and alum, it cures itch scabs and leprous sores, and, in combination with nightshade and hog's lard or beef suet, it is good for morphew, warts, scrofula, and maladies of a similar nature. Used with vinegar and oil, or else white lead, it is good for erysipelas, and, applied with vinegar, for carbuncles. Some persons prescribe silphium also as an ingredient in the liniment, but it is not employed by them for the cure of the pustules known as epinictis. Boiled rue is recommended also as a cataplasm for swellings of the mammillae, and combined with wax for eruptions of pituitous matter. It is applied with tender sprigs of laurel in cases of defluxion of the testes, and it exercises so peculiar an effect upon those organs that old rue, it is said, employed in a liniment with axle grease, is a cure for hernia. The seed pounded and applied with wax is remedial also for broken limbs. The root of this plant, applied topically, is a cure for effusion of blood in the eyes, and, employed as a liniment, it removes scars or spots on all parts of the body. Among the other properties which are attributed to rue, it is a singular fact that, though it is universally agreed that it is hot by nature, a bunch of it, boiled in rose oil, with the addition of an ounce of aloes, has the effect of checking the perspiration in those who rub themselves with it, and that, used as an aliment, it impedes the generative functions. Hence it is that it is so often given in cases of spermatorrhea, and where persons are subject to lascivious dreams. Every precaution should be taken by pregnant women to abstain from rue as an article of diet, for I find it stated that it is productive of fatal results to the fetus. Of all the plants that are grown, rue is the one that is most generally employed for the maladies of cattle, whether arising from difficulty of respiration or from the stings of noxious creatures, in which cases it is injected with wine into the nostrils, or whether they may happen to have swallowed a horseleech, under which circumstances it is administered in vinegar. In all other maladies of cattle, the rue is prepared just as for man in a similar case. Chapter 52. Wild Mint, 20 remedies. Mentastrum, or wild mint, differs from the other kind in the appearance of the leaves, which have the form of those of ocimum and the color of pennyroyal, for which reason some persons in fact give it the name of wild pennyroyal. The leaves of this plant, chewed and applied topically, are a cure for elephantiasis, a discovery which was accidentally made in the time of Pompeius Magnus by a person affected with this malady covering his face with the leaves for the purpose of neutralizing the bad smell that arose therefrom. These leaves are employed also as a liniment, and in drink, with a mixture of salt, oil, and vinegar, for the stings of scorpions, and in doses of 2 drachmae to 2 caethi of wine, for those of scolopendri and serpents. A decoction, too, of the juice is given for the sting of the scolopendra. Leaves of wild mint are kept, dried, and reduced to a fine powder as a remedy for poisons of every description. Spread on the ground or burned, this plant has the effect of driving away scorpions. Taken in drink, wild mint carries off the lochia in females after parturition, but if taken before, it is fatal to the fetus. It is extremely efficacious in cases of rupture and convulsions, and, though in a somewhat less degree, for orthopnea, gripings of the bowels, and cholera. It is good, too, as a topical application for lumbago and gout. The juice of it is injected into the ears for worms breeding there. It is taken also for jaundice, and is employed in liniments for scrofulous sores. It prevents the recurrence of lascivious dreams, and taken in vinegar it expels tapeworm. For the cure of porigo it is put in vinegar, and the head is washed with the mixture in the sun. Chapter 53. Mint. 41 Remedies. The very smell of mint reanimates the spirits, and its flavor gives a remarkable zest to food. Hence it is that it is so generally an ingredient in our sauces. It has the effect of preventing milk from turning sour, or curdling and thickening. Hence it is that it is so generally put into milk used for drinking, to prevent any danger of persons being choked by it in a curdled state. It is administered also for this purpose in water or honeyed wine. It is generally thought too that it is in consequence of this property that it impedes generation, by preventing the seminal fluids from obtaining the requisite consistency. In males as well as females it arrests bleeding, and it has the property, with the latter, of suspending the menstrual discharge. Taken in water, with amylum, it prevents looseness in celiac complaints. Ceriation employed this plant for the cure of abscesses of the uterus, and, in doses of 3 oboli with honeyed wine, for diseases of the liver. He prescribed it also in pottage for spitting of blood. It is an admirable remedy for ulcerations of the head in children, and has the effect equally of drying the trachea when too moist, and of bracing it when too dry. Taken in honeyed wine and water, it carries off purulent phlegm. The juice of mint is good for the voice when a person is about to engage in a contest of eloquence, but only when taken just before. It is employed also with milk as a gargle for swelling of the uvula, with the addition of rue and coriander. With alum too it is good for the tonsils of the throat, and mixed with honey for roughness of the tongue. Employed by itself, it is a remedy for internal convulsions and affections of the lungs. Taken with pomegranate juice, as Democritus tells us, it arrests hiccup and vomiting. The juice of mint fresh gathered, inhaled, is a remedy for affections of the nostrils. Beaten up and taken in vinegar, mint is a cure for cholera, and for internal fluxes of blood. Applied externally, with polenta, it is remedial for the iliac passion and tension of the mammillae. It is applied too as a liniment to the temples for headache, and it is taken internally as an antidote for the stings of scolopendriae, sea scorpions, and serpents. As a liniment it is applied also for defluxions of the eyes, and all eruptions of the head, as well as maladies of the rectum. Mint is an effectual preventive, too, of chafing of the skin, even if held in the hand only. In combination with honeyed wine, it is employed as an injection for the ears. It is said, too, that this plant will cure affections of the spleen, if tasted in the garden 9 days consecutively, without plucking it, the person who bites it saying at the same moment that he does so for the benefit of the spleen, and that, if dried and reduced to powder, a pinch of it with 3 fingers taken in water will cure stomach ache. Sprinkled in this form in drink, it is said to have the effect of expelling intestinal worms. Chapter 54. Pennyroyal. 25 Remedies. Pennyroyal partakes with mint, in a very considerable degree, the property of restoring consciousness in fainting fits, slips of both plants being kept for the purpose in glass bottles, filled with vinegar. It is for this reason that Varro has declared that a wreath of pennyroyal is more worthy to grace our chambers than a chaplet of roses. Indeed, it is said that, placed upon the head, it materially alleviates headache. It is generally stated, too, that the smell of it alone will protect the head against the injurious effects of cold or heat, and that it acts as a preventive of thirst. Also, that persons exposed to the sun, if they carry a couple of sprigs of pennyroyal behind the ears, will never be incommoded by the heat. For various pains, too, it is employed topically, mixed with polenta and vinegar. The female plant is the more efficacious of the two. It has a purple flower, that of the male being white. Taken in cold water with salt and polenta, it arrests nausea, as well as pains of the chest and abdomen. Taken too in water, it prevents gnawing pains of the stomach, and with vinegar and polenta it arrests vomiting. In combination with salt and vinegar and polenta it loosens the bowels. Taken with boiled honey and nitre, it is a cure for intestinal complaints. Employed with wine, it is a diuretic, and if the wine is the produce of the Armenian grape, it has the additional effect of dispersing calculi of the bladder and removing all internal pains. Taken in conjunction with honey and vinegar, it modifies the menstrual discharge, and brings away the afterbirth, restores the uterus, when displaced, to its natural position, and expels the dead fetus. The seed is given to persons to smell at who have been suddenly struck dumb, and is prescribed for epileptic patients in doses of 1 caetas, taken in vinegar. If water is found unwholesome for drinking, bruised pennyroyal should be sprinkled in it. Taken with wine, it modifies acridities of the body. Mixed with salt, it is employed as a friction for the sinews, and with honey and vinegar in cases of opisthotomy. Decoctions of it are prescribed as a drink for persons stung by serpents, and beaten up in wine it is employed for the stings of scorpions, that which grows in a dry soil in particular. This plant is looked upon as efficacious also for ulcerations of the mouth, and for coughs. The blossom of it, fresh gathered and burnt, kills fleas by its smell. Xenocrates, among the other remedies which he mentions, says that in tertian fevers a sprig of pennyroyal wrapped in wool should be given to the patient to smell at just before the fit comes on, or else it should be put under the bedclothes and laid by the patient's side. Chapter 55. Wild pennyroyal. 17 remedies. For all the purposes already mentioned, wild pennyroyal has exactly the same properties, but in a still higher degree. It bears a strong resemblance to wild marjoram, and has a smaller leaf than the cultivated kind. By some persons it is known as dictemnos. When browsed upon by sheep and goats, it makes them bleed, for which reason some of the Greeks, changing a single letter in its name, have called it blechon instead of glechon. This plant is naturally so heating as to blister the parts of the body to which it is applied. For a cough which results from a chill, it is a good plan for the patient to rub himself with it before taking the bath. It is similarly employed, too, in shivering fits, just before the attacks come on, and for convulsions and gripings of the stomach. It is also remarkably good for the gout. To persons afflicted with spasms, this plant is administered in drink, in combination with honey and salt, and it renders expectoration easy in affections of the lungs. Taken with salt, it is beneficial for the spleen and bladder, and is curative of asthma and flatulency. A decoction of it is equally as good as a juice. It restores the uterus when displaced, and is prescribed for the sting of either the land or the sea scolopendra, as well as the scorpion. It is particularly good, too, for bites inflicted by a human being. The root of it, newly taken up, is extremely efficacious for corroding ulcers, and in a dried state tends to efface the deformities produced by scars. End of section 36.
Section 37 of the Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 37. Chapter 56. Nep has also some affinity in its effects with penroyal. Boiled down in water to 1/3, these plants dispel sudden chills. They promote the menstrual discharge also in females, and allay excessive heats in summer. Nep possesses certain virtues against the stings of serpents. At the very smoke and smell of it they will instantly take to flight, and persons who have to sleep in places where they are apprehensive of them will do well to place it beneath them. Bruised, it is employed topically for lachrymal fistulas of the eye. Fresh gathered and mixed in vinegar, with 1/3 part of bread, it is applied as a liniment for headache. The juice of it, injected into the nostrils, with the head thrown back, arrests bleeding at the nose, and the root has a similar effect. This last is employed also with myrtle seed in warm raisin wine as a gargle for the cure of quinsy. Chapter 57. Cumin. 48 remedies. Wild cumin, 26 remedies. Wild cumin is a remarkably slender plant, consisting of 4 or 5 leaves indented like a saw. Like the cultivated kind, it is much employed in medicine, among the stomachic remedies more particularly. Bruised and taken with bread, or else drunk in wine and water, it dispels phlegm and flatulency, as well as gripings of the bowels and pains in the intestines. Both varieties have the effect, however, of producing paleness in those who drink these mixtures. At all events, it is generally stated that the disciples of Porcius Latro, so celebrated among the professors of eloquence, used to employ this drink for the purpose of imitating the paleness which had been contracted by their master through the intensity of his studies; and that Julius Vindex, in more recent times, that assertor of our liberties against Nero, adopted this method of playing upon those who were looking out for a place in his will. Applied in the form of lozenges, or fresh with vinegar, cumin has the effect of arresting bleeding at the nose, and used by itself, it is good for defluxions of the eyes. Combined with honey, it is used also for swellings of the eyes. With children of tender age, it is sufficient to apply it to the abdomen. In cases of jaundice, it is administered in white wine immediately after taking the bath. The cumin of Ethiopia, more particularly, is given in vinegar and water, or else as an electuary with honey. It is thought, too, that the cumin of Africa has the peculiar property of arresting incontinence of urine. The cultivated plant is given, parched and beaten up in vinegar, for affections of the liver, as also for vertigo. Beaten up in sweet wine, it is taken in cases also where the urine is too acrid, and for affections of the uterus it is administered in wine, the leaves of it being employed topically as well, in layers of wool. Parched and beaten up with honey, it is used as an application for swellings of the testes, or else with rose oil and wax. For all the purposes above mentioned, wild cumin is more efficacious than cultivated, as also, in combination with oil, for the stings of serpents, scorpions, and scolopendri. A pinch of it with 3 fingers, taken in wine, has the effect of arresting vomiting and nausea. It is used, too, both as a drink and a liniment for the colic, or else it is applied hot, in dorsals of lint, to the part affected, bandages being employed to keep it in its place. Taken in wine, it dispels hysterical affections, the proportions being 3 drachmae of cumin to 3 chiathi of wine. It is used as an injection, too, for the ears, when affected with tingling and singing, being mixed for the purpose with veal, suet, or honey. For contusions, it is applied as a liniment with honey, raisins, and vinegar, and for dark freckles on the skin with vinegar. Chapter 58. Ami. 10 remedies. There is another plant which bears a very strong resemblance to cumin, known to the Greeks as ami. Some persons are of opinion that it is the same as the Ethiopian cumin. Hippocrates gives it the epithet of royal, no doubt because he looks upon it as possessed of great virtues than Egyptian cumin. Many persons, however, consider it to be of a totally different nature from cumin, as it is so very much thinner, and of a much whiter colour. Still it is employed for just the same purposes as cumin, for we find it used at Alexandria for putting under leaves of bread and forming an ingredient in various sauces. It has the effect of dispelling flatulency and gripings of the bowels, and of promoting the secretion of the urine and the menstrual discharge. It is employed also for the cure of bruises and to assuage defluxions of the eyes. Taken in wine with linseed in doses of 2 drachmae, it is a cure for the stings of scorpions, and used with an equal proportion of myrrh, it is particularly good for the bite of the cerastes. Like cumin, too, it imparts paleness of complexion to those who drink of it. Used as a fumigation with raisins or with resin, it acts as a purgative upon the uterus. It is said, too, that if a woman smell at this plant during the sexual congress, the chances of conception will be greatly promoted thereby. Chapter 59. The Capparis or Caper, 18 remedies. We have already spoken of the caper at sufficient length when treating of the exotic plants. The caper which comes from beyond sea should never be used. That of Italy is not so dangerous. It is said that persons who eat this plant daily are never attacked by paralysis or pains in the spleen. The root of it, pounded, removes white eruptions of the skin if rubbed with it in the sun. The bark of the root taken in wine in doses of 3 drachmae is good for affections of the spleen. The patient, however, must forego the use of the bath. It is said, too, that in the course of 35 days the whole of the spleen may be discharged under this treatment by urine and by stool. The caper is also taken in drink for lumbago and paralysis, and the seed of it boiled and beaten up in vinegar, or the root chewed, has a soothing effect in toothache. A decoction of it in oil is employed also as an injection for earache. The leaves and the root, fresh out of the ground, mixed with honey, are a cure for ulcers known as phagedænie. In the same way, too, the root disperses scrofulous swellings, and a decoction of it in water removes imposthumes of the parotid glands, and worms. Beaten up and mixed with barley meal, it is applied topically for pains in the liver. It is a cure also for diseases of the bladder. In combination with oxymel, it is prescribed for tapeworm, and a decoction of it in vinegar removes ulcerations of the mouth. It is generally agreed among writers that the caper is prejudicial to the stomach. Chapter 60. Ligusticum or lovage, 4 remedies. Ligusticum, by some persons known as panax, is good for the stomach, and is curative of convulsions and flatulency. There are persons who give this plant the name of Cunilla bubula, but as we have already stated, they are in error in so doing. Chapter 61. Cunilla bubula, 5 remedies. In addition to garden cunilla, there are numerous other varieties of it employed in medicine. That known to us as Cunilla bubula has a very similar seed to that of pennyroyal. This seed, chewed and applied topically, is good for wounds. The plaster, however, must not be taken off till the 5th day. For the stings of serpents, this plant is taken in wine, and the leaves of it are bruised and applied to the wound, which is also rubbed with them as a friction. The tortoise, when about to engage in combat with the serpent, employs this plant as a preservative against the effect of its sting. Some persons, for this reason, have given it the name of panacea. It has the effect also of dispersing tumours and maladies of the male organs, the leaves being dried for the purpose, or else beaten up fresh and applied to the part affected. For every purpose for which it is employed, it combines remarkably well with wine. Chapter 62. Cunilla gallinaceae or Oreganum, 5 remedies. There is another variety, again known to our people as Cunilla gallinaceae, and to the Greeks as Heracleotic Oreganum. Beaten up with salt, this plant is good for the eyes, and it is a remedy for cough and affections of the liver. Mixed with meal, and taken as a broth with oil and vinegar, it is good for pains in the side, and the stings of serpents in particular. Chapter 63. Cunillago, 8 remedies. There is a third specimen, also known to the Greeks as male cunilla, and to us as cunillago. This plant has a fetid smell, a ligneous root, and a rough leaf. Of all the varieties of cunilla, this one, it is said, is possessed of the most active properties. If a handful of it is thrown anywhere, all the beetles in the house, they say, will be attracted to it, and taken in vinegar and water, it is good for the stings of scorpions more particularly. It is stated also, that if a person is rubbed with 3 leaves of it steeped in oil, it will have the effect of keeping all serpents at a distance. Chapter 64. Soft Cunilla, 3 remedies. Lebanotis, 3 remedies. The variety, on the other hand, known as soft cunilla, has a more velvety leaf and branches covered with thorns. When rubbed, it has just the smell of honey, and it adheres to the fingers when touched. There is another kind again known to us as Libanotis, a name which it owes to the resemblance of its smell to that of frankincense. Both of these plants, taken in wine or vinegar, are antidotes for the stings of serpents. Beaten up in water also, and sprinkled about a place, they kill fleas. Chapter 65. Cultivated Cunilla, 3 remedies. Mountain Cunilla, 7 remedies. Cultivated cunilla has also its medicinal uses. The juice of it, in combination with rose oil, is good for the ears, and the plant itself is taken in drink to counteract the effects of violent blows. A variety of this plant is the mountain cunilla, similar to wild thyme in appearance, and particularly efficacious for the stings of serpents. This plant is diuretic, and promotes the lochial discharge. It aids the digestion, too, in a marvellous degree. Both varieties have a tendency to sharpen the appetite, even when persons are troubled with indigestion, if taken fasting in drink. They are good, too, for sprains, and taken with barley meal and vinegar and water, they are extremely useful for stings inflicted by wasps and insects of a similar nature. We shall have occasion to speak of other varieties of Libanotis in their appropriate places. Chapter 66. Piperitis, or Siliquostrum, 5 remedies. Piperitis, which we have already mentioned as being called Siliquostrum, is taken in drink for epilepsy. Castor used to give a description of it to the following effect. The stalk of it is long and red, with the knots lying close together. The leaves are similar to those of the laurel, and the seed is white and slender, like pepper in taste. He described it also as being beneficial to the gums and teeth, imparting sweetness to the breath, and dispelling flatulency. Chapter 67. Origanum, Onitis, or Prasion, 6 remedies. Origanum, which, as we have already stated, rivals cunilla in flavour, includes many varieties employed in medicine. Onitis or Prasion is the name given to one of these, which is not unlike hyssop in appearance. It is employed more particularly with warm water, for gnawing pains at the stomach, and for indigestion. Taken in white wine, it is good for the stings of spiders and scorpions, and, applied with vinegar and oil, in wool, it is a cure for sprains and bruises. Chapter 68. Tragoriganum, 9 remedies. Tragoriganum bears a strong resemblance to wild thyme. It is diuretic, disperses tumours, and taken in drink is extremely efficacious in cases of poisoning by mistletoe and stings by serpents. It is very good for acid eructations from the stomach and for the thoracic organs. It is given also for a cough with honey, as well as for pleurisy and peripneumony. Chapter 69. 3 varieties of Heracleotic Origanum, 30 remedies. Heracleum, again, comprehends 3 varieties. The first, which is the darkest, has broader leaves than the others, and is of a glutinous nature. The second, which has leaves of a more slender form, and not unlike Sampsucum in appearance, is by some persons called Prasion in preference. The third is of an intermediate nature between the other 2, but is less efficacious for medicinal purposes than either. But the best kind of all is that of Crete, for it has a particularly agreeable smell, the next best being that from Smyrna, which has even a more powerful odour than the last. The Heracleotic Origanum, however, known by the name of Onitis, is the one that is the most esteemed for taking in drink. Origanum in general is employed for repelling serpents, and it is given boiled to persons suffering from wounds. Taken in drink, it is a diuretic, and mixed with the root of panax, it is given for the cure of ruptures and convulsions. In combination with figs or hyssop, it is prescribed for dropsical patients in doses of 1 acetabulum, being reduced by boiling to 1/6. It is good also for the itch, prurigo, and leprosy, taken just before the bath. The juice of it is injected into the ears with milk. It being a cure also for affections of the tonsils and the uvula, and for ulcers of the head. A decoction of it taken with the ashes in wine neutralizes poison by opium or gypsum. Taken in doses of 1 acetabulum, it relaxes the bowels. It is applied as a liniment for bruises and for toothache, and mixed with honey and nitre, it imparts whiteness to the teeth. It has the effect also of stopping bleeding at the nose. A decoction of this plant with barley meal is employed for imposthumes of the parotid glands, and beaten up with nut galls and honey, it is used for roughness of the trachea. The leaves of it, with honey and salt, are good too for the spleen. Boiled with vinegar and salt, and taken in small doses, it attenuates the phlegm when very thick and black, and beaten up with oil, it is injected into the nostrils for jaundice. When persons are affected with lassitude, the body is well rubbed with it, care being taken not to touch the abdomen. Used with pitch, it is a cure for epinitis, and applied with a roasted fig, it brings boils to a head. Employed with oil and vinegar and barley meal, it is good for scrofulous swellings, and applied topically in a fig, it is a cure for pains in the sides. Beaten up and applied with vinegar, it is employed as a liniment for bloody fluxes of the generative organs, and it accelerates the lochial discharge after childbirth. Chapter 70. Dittander. 3 remedies. Dittander is generally considered to rank among the caustic plants. It is owing to this property that it clears the skin of the face, not however without excoriating it, though at the same time the excoriations are easily healed by employing wax and rose oil. It is owing to this property too that it always removes without difficulty leprous sores and itch scabs, as well as the scars left by ulcers. It is said that in the case of toothache, if this plant is attached to the arm or the suffering side, it will have the effect of drawing the pain to it. Chapter 71. Gith or Melanthion. 23 remedies. Gith is by some Greek writers called Melanthion, and by others called Melaspermon. That is looked upon as the best which has the most pungent odour and is the darkest in appearance. It is employed as a remedy for wounds made by serpents and scorpions. I find that for this purpose it is applied topically with vinegar and honey, and that by burning it serpents are kept at a distance. It is taken also in doses of 1 drachma for the bites of spiders. Beaten up and smelt at in a piece of linen cloth, it is a cure for running at the nostrils, and applied as a liniment with vinegar and injected into the nostrils, it dispels headache. With oil of iris it is good for defluxions and tumours of the eyes, and a decoction of it with vinegar is a cure for toothache. Beaten up and applied topically, or else chewed, it is used for ulcers of the mouth, and combined with vinegar it is good for leprous sores and freckles on the skin. Taken in drink with the addition of nitre, it is good for hardness of breathing, and employed as a liniment for indurations, tumours of long standing, and suppurations. Taken several days in succession, it augments the milk in women who are nursing. The juice of this plant is collected in the same manner as that of henbane, and like it, if taken in too large doses, it acts as a poison, a surprising fact, seeing that the seed is held in esteem as a most agreeable seasoning for bread. The seed cleanses the eyes also, acts as a diuretic, and promotes the menstrual discharge. And not only this, but I find it stated also that if 30 grains only are attached to the body in a linen cloth, it will have the effect of accelerating the afterbirth. It is stated also that beaten up in urine it is a cure for corns on the feet, and that when burnt it kills gnats and flies with the smell. Chapter 72. Anise. 61 Remedies. Anise, too, one of the comparatively small number of plants that have been commended by Pythagoras, is taken in wine, either raw or boiled, for the stings of scorpions. Both green and dried it is held in high repute, as an ingredient in all seasonings and sauces, and we find it placed beneath the under crust of bread. Put with bitter almonds into the cloth strainers for filtering wine, it imparts an agreeable flavour to the wine. It has the effect also of sweetening the breath, and removing all bad odours from the mouth, if chewed in the morning with Smyrnion and a little honey, the mouth being then rinsed with wine. This plant imparts a youthful look to the features, and if suspended to the pillow, so as to be smelt by a person when asleep, it will prevent all disagreeable dreams. It has the effect of promoting the appetite also, for this too has been made by luxury one of the objects of art, ever since labour has ceased to stimulate it. It is for these various reasons that it has received the name of anisetum, given to it by some. Chapter 73. Where the best anise is found, various remedies derived from this plant. The most esteemed anise is that of Crete, and next to it that of Egypt. This plant is employed in seasonings to supply the place of lovage, and the perfume of it when burnt and inhaled alleviates headache. Avenor prescribes an application of the root, pounded, for defluxions of the eyes, and Aeolus employs it in a similar manner, in combination with saffron and wine, or else beaten up by itself and mixed with polenta, for violent defluxions, and the extraction of such objects as have got into the eyes. Applied too as a liniment in water, it arrests cancer of the nose. Mixed with hyssop and oxymel, and employed as a gargle, it is a cure for quinsy, and in combination with rose oil, it is used as an injection for the ears. Parched anise purges off phlegm from the chest, and if taken with honey, it is better still. For a cough, beat up 50 bitter almonds shelled in honey, with 1 acetabulum of anise. Another very easy remedy, too, is to mix 3 drachmae of anise with 2 of poppies and some honey, a piece the size of a bean being taken 3 times a day. Its main excellence, however, is as a carminative. Hence it is that it is so good for flatulency of the stomach, griping pains of the intestines, and celiac affections. A decoction of it smelt at and drunk arrests hiccup, and a decoction of the leaves removes indigestion. A decoction of it with parsley, if applied to the nostrils, will arrest sneezing. Taken in drink, anise promotes sleep, disperses calculi of the bladder, arrests vomiting and swelling of the viscera, and acts as an excellent pectoral for affections of the chest and of the diaphragm where the body is tightly laced. It is beneficial also to pour a decoction of it in oil upon the head for headache. It is generally thought that there is nothing in existence more beneficial to the abdomen and intestines than anise, for which reason it is given parched for dysentery and tenesmus. Some persons add opium to these ingredients, and prescribe 3 pills a day, the size of a bean, with 1 cyathus of wine. Diuches has employed the juice of this plant for lumbago, and prescribes the seed of it, pounded with mint, for dropsy and celiac affections. Avenor recommends the root also for affections of the kidneys. Dallion the herbalist employed it with parsley as a cataplasm for women in labour, as also for pains of the uterus, and for women in labour he prescribes a decoction of anise and dill to be taken in drink. It is used as a liniment also in cases of phrenitis, or else applied fresh gathered and mixed with polenta, in which form it is used also for infants attacked with epilepsy or convulsions. Pythagoras, indeed, assures us that persons, so long as they hold this plant in the hand, will never be attacked with epilepsy, for which reason as much of it as possible should be planted near the house. He says, too, that women who inhale the odour of it have a more easy delivery, it being his advice also that immediately after they are delivered it should be given them to drink with a sprinkling of polenta. Sosimenes employed this plant in combination with vinegar for all kinds of indurations, and for lassitude he prescribes a decoction of it in oil with the addition of nitre. The same writer pledges his word to all wayfarers, that if they take aniseed in their drink, they will be comparatively exempt from fatigue on their journey. Heraclides prescribes a pinch of aniseed with 3 fingers for inflations of the stomach, to be taken with 2 oboli of castoreum in honeyed wine, and he recommends a similar preparation for inflations of the abdomen and intestines. In cases of orthopnea, he recommends a pinch of aniseed with 3 fingers, and the same quantity of henbane to be mixed in ass's milk. It is the advice of many to those who are liable to vomit, to take at dinner 1 acetabulum of aniseed and 10 laurel leaves, the whole to be beaten up and drunk in water. Anise chewed and applied warm, or else taken with castoreum in oxymel, allays suffocations of the uterus. It also dispels vertigo after childbirth, taken with a pinch of cucumber seed in 3 fingers, and the same quantity of linseed in 3 hyathi of white wine. Tlepolemus has employed a pinch of aniseed and fennel in 3 fingers, mixed with vinegar, and 1 hyathis of honey for the cure of quartan fever. Applied topically with bitter almonds, aniseed is beneficial for maladies of the joints. There are some persons who look upon it as by nature an antidote to the venoms of the asp. It is a diuretic, assuages thirst, and acts as an aphrodisiac. Taken in wine, it promotes a gentle perspiration, and it has the property of protecting cloth from the ravages of moths. The more recently it has been gathered, and the darker its colour, the greater are its virtues. Still, however, it is injurious to the stomach, except when suffering from flatulency. End of section 37. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Section 38 of the Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Natural History, Volume 4 by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Chapter 74. Dill, 9 remedies. Dill acts also as a carminative, allays gripings of the stomach, and arrests looseness of the bowels. The roots of this plant are applied topically in water, or else in wine, for defluxions of the eyes. The seed of it, if smelt at while boiling, will arrest hiccup, and taken in water it dispels indigestion. The ashes of it are a remedy for swellings of the uvula, but the plant itself weakens the eyesight and generative powers. Chapter 75. Sacopenium or Sagapenon, 13 remedies. The Sacopenium which grows in Italy is totally different from that which comes from beyond sea. This last, in fact, is similar to gum ammoniac, and is known as Sagapenon. Sacopenium is good for pain of the sides and chest, for convulsions, coughs of long standing, expectorations, and swellings of the thoracic organs. It is a cure also for vertigo, palsy, opisthotomy, affections of the spleen and loins, and for shivering fits. For suffocations of the uterus, this plant is given in vinegar to smell at, in addition to which it is sometimes administered in drink, or employed as a friction with oil. It is a good antidote also for medicaments of a noxious nature. Chapter 76. The white poppy, 3 remedies. The black poppy, 8 remedies. Remarks on sleep, opium. Remarks in disfavour of the potions known as anodynes, febrifuges, digestives, and celiacs. In what way the juices of these plants are to be collected. We have already stated that there are 3 varieties of the cultivated poppy, and on the same occasion we promised to describe the wild kinds. With reference to the cultivated varieties, the calyx of the white poppy is pounded, and is taken in wine as a soporific. The seed of it is a cure also for elephantiasis. The black poppy acts as a soporific by the juice which exudes from incisions made in the stalk at the time when the plant is beginning to flower. Diagoras says, "But when the blossom has gone off," according to Aeolus. This is done at the 3rd hour in a clear still day, or, in other words, when the dew has thoroughly dried upon the poppy. It is recommended to make the incision just beneath the head and calyx of the plant, this being the only kind, in fact, into the head of which the incision is made. This juice, like that of any other plant, is received in wool, or else, if it is in very minute quantities, it is scraped off with the thumb nail, just as it is from the lettuce, and so again on the following day, with the portion that has since dried there. If obtained from the poppy in sufficiently large quantities, this juice thickens, after which it is kneaded out into lozenges and dried in the shade. This juice is possessed not only of certain soporific qualities, but if taken in too large quantities, is productive of sleep unto death even. The name given to it is opium. It was in this way, we learn, that the father of P. Licinius Caecina, a man of praetorian rank, put an end to his life at Babylum in Spain, an incurable malady having rendered existence quite intolerable to him. Many other persons, too, have ended their lives in a similar way. It is for this reason that opium has been so strongly exclaimed against by Diagoras and Erasistratus, for they altogether condemned it as a deadly poison, forbidding it to be used for infusions, even as being injurious to the sight. Andreas says, in addition to this, that the only reason why it does not cause instantaneous blindness is the fact that they adulterate it at Alexandria. In later times, however, the use of it has not been disapproved of. Witness the celebrated preparation known as diacodion. Lozenges are also made of ground poppy seed, which are taken in milk as a soporific. The seed is employed, too, with rose oil for headache, and in combination with that oil is injected into the ears for earache. Mixed with woman's milk, this seed is used as a liniment for gout. The leaves, too, are employed in a similar manner. Taken in vinegar, the seed is prescribed as a cure for erysipelas and wounds. For my own part, however, I do not approve of opium entering into the composition of eye salves, and still less of the preparations from it known as febrifuges, digestives, and celiacs. The black poppy, however, is very generally prescribed in wine for celiac affections. All the cultivated poppies are larger than the others, and the form of the head is round. In the wild poppy the head is elongated and small, but it is possessed of more active properties than the others in every respect. This head is often boiled, and the decoction of it taken to promote sleep, the face being fomented also with the water. The best poppies are grown in dry localities, and where it seldom rains. When the heads and leaves of the poppy are boiled together, the name given to the decoction is meconium. It is much less powerful, however, in its effects than opium. The principal test of the purity of opium is the smell, which, when genuine, is so penetrating as to be quite insupportable. The next best test is that obtained by lighting it at a lamp, upon which it ought to burn with a clear brilliant flame, and to give out a strong odour when extinguished, a thing that never happens when opium has been drugged, for in such case it lights with the greatest difficulty, and the flame repeatedly goes out. There is another way of testing its genuineness by water, for if it is pure it will float like a thin cloud upon the surface, but if adulterated it will unite in the form of blisters on the water. But the most surprising thing of all is the fact that the sun's heat in summer furnishes a test, for if the drug is pure, it will sweat and gradually melt till it has all the appearance of the juice when fresh gathered. Menesides is of opinion that the best way of preserving opium is to mix henbane seed with it. Others again recommend that it should be kept with beans. Chapter 77. The poppy called Rheus. Two remedies. The poppy which we have spoken of under the names of Rheus and the erratic poppy forms an intermediate variety between the cultivated and the wild poppy, for it grows in the fields, it is true, but it is self-set nevertheless. Some persons eat it, calyx and all, immediately after it is gathered. This plant is an extremely powerful purgative. 5 heads of it, boiled in 3 semi-sextari of wine, and taken in drink, have the effect of producing sleep. Chapter 78. The wild poppy called Ceratitis glaucum or Paralium. 6 remedies. There is one variety of wild poppy known as Ceratitis. It is of a black colour, a cubit in height, and has a thick root covered with bark, with a head resembling a small bud, bent and pointed at the end like a horn. The leaves of this plant are smaller and thinner than those of the other wild poppies, and the seed, which is very diminutive, is ripe at harvest. Taken with honeyed wine, in doses of half an acetabulum, the seed acts as a purgative. The leaves, beaten up in oil, are a cure for the white specks which form on the eyes of beasts of burden. The root, boiled down to 1/2 in doses of 1 acetabulum to 2 sextari of water, is prescribed for maladies of the loins and liver, and the leaves, employed with honey, are a cure for carbuncles. Some persons give this kind of poppy the name of Glaucium, and others of Paralium, for it grows in fact in spots exposed to exhalations from the sea, or else in soils of a nitrous nature. Chapter 79. The wild poppy called Heracleum or Aphron. 4 remedies. Diacodion. There is another kind of wild poppy known as Heracleon by some persons and as Aphron by others. The leaves of it, when seen from a distance, have all the appearance of sparrows. The root lies on the surface of the ground, and the seed has exactly the colour of foam. This plant is used for the purpose of bleaching linen cloths in summer. It is bruised in a mortar for epilepsy, being given in white wine, in doses of 1 acetabulum, and acting as an emetic. This plant is extremely useful, also, for the composition of the medicament known as diacodion and arteriaceae. This preparation is made with 120 heads of this or any other kind of wild poppy, steeped for 2 days in 3 sextari of rain water, after which they are boiled in it. You must then dry the heads, which done, boil them down with honey to 1/2 at a slow heat. More recently there have been added to the mixture 6 drachmae of saffron, hypocystis, frankincense, and gum acacia, with 1 sextarius of raisin wine of Crete. All this, however, is only so much ostentation, for the virtue of this simple and ancient preparation depends solely upon the poppy and the honey. Chapter 80. The poppy called Thythymalon or Paralium. 3 remedies. There is a third kind again called Thythymalon. Some persons give it the name of Mecon, others of Paralium. It has a white leaf resembling that of flax, and a head the size of a bean. It is gathered when the wine is in blossom, and dried in the shade. The seed, taken in drink, purges the bowels, the dose being half an acetabulum in honeyed wine. The head of every species of poppy, whether green or dry, used as a fomentation, assuages defluxions of the eyes. Opium, if taken in pure wine immediately after the sting of a scorpion, prevents any dangerous results. Some persons, however, attribute this virtue to the black poppy only, the head or leaves being beaten up for the purpose. Chapter 81. Portulaca, or purslane, otherwise called peplus, 25 remedies. There is a wild purslane too called peplus, not much superior in its virtues to the cultivated kind, of which such remarkable properties are mentioned. It neutralizes the effects, it is said, of poisoned arrows, and the venom of the serpents known as hemorrhois and prester, taken with the food, and applied to the wound, it extracts the poison. The juice too, they say, taken in raisin wine, is an antidote for henbane. When the plant itself cannot be procured, the seed of it is found to be equally efficacious. It is a corrective also of impurities in water, and beaten up in wine and applied topically, it is a cure for headaches and ulcers of the head. Chewed in combination with honey, it is a curative of the other kinds of sores. It is similarly applied to the region of the brain in infants, and in cases of umbilical hernia, as also for defluxions of the eyes, in persons of all ages, being applied to the forehead and temples with polenta. If employed as a liniment for the eyes, milk and honey are added, and when used for proptosis of the eyes, the leaves are beaten up with bean shells. In combination with polenta, salt, and vinegar, it is employed as a fomentation for blisters. Chewed raw, purslane reduces ulcerations of the mouth and gum boils, and cures toothache. A decoction of it is good too for ulcers of the tonsils. Some persons have added a little myrrh to it when so employed. Chewed, it strengthens such teeth as may happen to be loose, dispels crudities, imparts additional strength to the voice, and allays thirst. Used with nutgalls, linseed, and honey in equal proportions, it assuages pains in the neck, and combined with honey or simoleon chalk, it is good for disease of the mammae. The seed of it, taken with honey, is beneficial for asthma. Eaten in salads, this plant is very strengthening to the stomach. In burning fevers, applications of it are made with polenta. In addition to which, if chewed, it will cool and refresh the intestines. It arrests vomiting also, and for dysentery and abscesses, it is eaten with vinegar, or else taken with cumin in drink. Boiled, it is good for tenesmus. Taken either in the food or drink, it is good for epilepsy, and taken in doses of 1 acetabulum in boiled wine, it promotes the menstrual discharge. Employed also as a liniment with salt, it is used as a remedy for fits of hot gout and erysipelas. The juice of this plant, taken in drink, strengthens the kidneys and bladder, and expels intestinal worms. In conjunction with oil, it is applied with polenta to assuage the pain of wounds, and it softens indurations of the sinews. Metrodorus, who wrote an abridgment of botany, says that it should be given after delivery to accelerate the lochial discharge. It is also an antiphrodisiac, and prevents the recurrence of lascivious dreams. One of the principal personages of Spain, whose son had been praetor, is in the habit of carrying the root of it, to my knowledge, suspended by a string from his neck, except when he is taking the bath, for an incurable affection of the uvula, a precaution by which he has been spared all inconvenience. I have found it stated too in some authors, that if the head is rubbed with liniment of this plant, there will be no defluxions perceptible the whole year through. It is generally thought, however, that purslane weakens the sight. Chapter 82. Coriander, 21 remedies. There is no wild coriander to be found. The best, it is generally agreed, is that of Egypt. Taken in drink and applied to the wound, it is a remedy for the sting of one kind of serpent, known as the amphisbaena. Pounded, it is healing also for other wounds, as well as for epinitis and blisters. Employed in the same state with honey or raisins, it disperses all tumours and gatherings, and, beaten up in vinegar, it removes abscesses of an inflammatory nature. Some persons recommend 3 grains of it to be taken for tertian fevers, just before the fit comes on, or else in larger quantities, to be bruised and applied to the forehead. There are others again who think that it is attended with excellent results to put coriander under the pillow before sunrise. While green, it is possessed of very cooling and refreshing properties. Combined with honey or raisins, it is an excellent remedy for spreading ulcers, as also for disease of the testes, burns, carbuncles, and maladies of the ears. Applied with woman's milk, it is good for defluxions of the eyes, and for fluxes of the belly and intestines. The seed is taken with water in drink. It is also taken in drink for cholera with rue. Coriander seed, used as a potion with pomegranate juice and oil, expels worms in the intestines. Xenocrates states a very marvellous fact, if true. He says that if a woman takes 1 grain of this seed, the menstrual discharge will be retarded 1 day; if 2 grains, 2 days, and so on according to the number of grains taken. Marcus Varro is of opinion that if coriander is lightly pounded, and sprinkled over it with cumin and vinegar, all kinds of meat may be kept in summer without spoiling. Chapter 83. Orage. 14 remedies. Orage, again, is found both wild and cultivated. Pythagoras has accused this plant of producing dropsy, jaundice, and paleness of the complexion, and he says that it is extremely difficult of digestion. He asserts also to its disparagement that everything that grows near it in the garden is sure to be drooping and languid. Diocles and Dionysius have added a statement that it gives birth to numerous diseases, and that it should never be boiled without changing the water repeatedly. They say, too, that it is prejudicial to the stomach, and that it is productive of freckles and pimples on the skin. I am at a loss to imagine why Solo of Smyrna has stated that this plant is cultivated in Italy with the greatest difficulty. Hippocrates prescribes it with beet as a pessary for affections of the uterus, and Laius of Neapolis recommends it to be taken in drink in cases of poisoning by cantharides. He is of opinion also that either raw or boiled, it may be advantageously employed as a liniment for inflammatory swellings, incipient boils, and all kinds of indurations, and that, mixed with oxymel and nitre, it is good for erysipelas and gout. This plant, it is said, will bring away malformed nails without producing sores. There are some persons who give orage seed with honey for jaundice, and rub the throat and tonsils with it, nitre being added as well. They employ it also to purge the bowels, and use the seed boiled as an emetic, either taken by itself or in conjunction with mallows or lentils. Wild orage is used for dyeing the hair, as well as the other purposes above enumerated. Chapter 84. The mallow called Malapy. 13 remedies. The mallow called Malachy. 1 remedy. The mallow called Althea or Plistolochia. 59 remedies. Both kinds of mallows, on the other hand, the cultivated and the wild, are held in very general esteem. These kinds are subdivided, each of them into 2 varieties, according to the size of the leaf. The cultivated mallow with large leaves is known to the Greeks by the name of Malapy, the other being called Malachy. From the circumstance, it is generally thought that it relaxes the bowels. The wild mallow, again, with large leaves and white roots, is called Althea, and by some persons, on account of its salutary properties, Plistolochia. Every soil in which mallows are sown is rendered all the richer thereby. This plant is possessed of remarkable virtues, as a cure for all kinds of stings, those of scorpions, wasps, and similar insects, as well as the bite of the shrew mouse, more particularly. Nay, what is even more than this, if a person has been rubbed with oil, in which any one of the mallows has been beaten up, or even if he carries them on his persons, he will never be stung. A leaf of mallow put upon a scorpion will strike it with torpor. The mallow is an antidote also against the poisonous effects of white lead, and applied raw with saltpetre, it extracts all kinds of pointed bodies from the flesh. A decoction of it with the root taken in drink neutralizes the poison of the sea hare, provided, as some say, it is brought off the stomach by vomiting. Other marvels are also related in connection with the mallow, but the most surprising thing of all is, that if a person takes half a cyathus of the juice of any one of them daily, he will be exempt from all diseases. Left to putrefy in wine, mallows are remedial for running sores of the head and mixed with honey for lichens and ulcerations of the mouth. A decoction of the root, too, is a remedy for dandruff of the head and looseness of the teeth. With the root of the mallow, which has a single stem, it is a good plan to prick the parts about a root when it aches until the pain has ceased. With the addition of human saliva, the mallow cleanses scrofulous sores, imposthumes of the parotid glands, and inflammatory tumours, without producing a wound. The seed of it, taken in red wine, disperses phlegm and relieves nausea, and the root, attached to the person with black wool, is a remedy for affections of the mammae. Boiled in milk and taken as a pottage, it cures a cough within 5 days. Sextius Niger says that mallows are prejudicial to the stomach, and Olympias, the Theban authoress, asserts that employed with goose grease they are productive of abortion. Some persons are of opinion that a good handful of the leaves taken in oil and wine promotes the menstrual discharge. At all events, it is a well-known fact that if the leaves are strewed beneath a woman in labour, the delivery will be accelerated, but they must be taken away immediately after birth, or prolapsus of the uterus will be the consequence. Mallow juice also is given to women in labour, a decoction of it being taken fasting in wine in doses of 1 hemina. Mallow seed is attached to the arms of patients suffering from spermatoria, and so naturally adapted is this plant for the promotion of lustfulness that the seed of the kind with a single stem sprinkled upon the genitals will increase the sexual desire in males to an infinite degree, according to Xenocrates, who says, too, that if 3 roots are attached to the person in the vicinity of those parts, they will be productive of a similar result. The same writer informs us also that injections of mallows are good for tenesmus and dysentery, and for maladies of the rectum even, if used as a fomentation only. The juice is given warm to patients afflicted with melancholy, in doses of 3 cyathi, and to insane persons in doses of 4. 1 hemina of the decoction is prescribed also for epilepsy. A warm decoction of the juice is employed too as a fomentation for calculus, flatulency, gripings of the stomach, and opisthophony. The leaves are boiled and applied with oil as a poultice for erysipelas and burns, and raw with bread to arrest inflammation in wounds. A decoction of mallows is beneficial for affections of the sinews and bladder, and for gnawing pains of the intestines. Taken too as an aliment or an injection, they are relaxing to the uterus, and the decoction taken with oil facilitates the passage of the urine. The root of the althaea is even more efficacious for all the purposes above enumerated, and for convulsions and ruptures more particularly. Boiled in water, it arrests looseness of the bowels, and taken in white wine, it is a cure for scrofulous sores, imposthumes of the parotid glands, and inflammations of the mammae. A decoction of the leaves in wine, applied as a liniment, disperses inflammatory tumours, and the leaves, first dried and then boiled in milk, are a speedy cure for a cough, however inveterate. Hippocrates prescribes a decoction of the root to be drunk by persons wounded or thirsty from loss of blood, and the plant itself as an application to wounds with honey and resin. He also recommends it to be employed in a similar manner for contusions, sprains, and tumours of the muscles, sinews, and joints, and prescribes it to be taken in wine for asthma and dysentery. It is a singular thing that water in which this root has been put thickens when exposed in the open air and congeals like ice. The more recently, however, it has been taken up, the greater are the virtues of the root. Chapter 85. While lapithum, or oxalis, otherwise called lapithum, campharium, or rumex, 1 remedy; hydrolapithum, 2 remedies; hippolapithum, 6 remedies; oxylapithum, 4 remedies. Lapithum, too, has pretty nearly the same properties. There is a wild variety, known to some as oxalis, very similar in taste to the cultivated kind, with pointed leaves, a colour like that of white beet, and an extremely diminutive root, Our people call it rumex, while others again give it the name of Lapithum cantharnium. Mixed with axle grease, this plant is very efficacious for scrofulous sores. There is another kind, again hardly forming a distinct variety, known as oxylapithon, which resembles the cultivated kind even more than the last, though the leaves are more pointed and redder. It grows only in marshy spots. Some authors are found who speak of a hydrolapithon, which grows in the water, they say. There is also another variety, known as hippolapithon, larger than the cultivated kind, whiter and more compact. The wild varieties of the lapithon are a cure for the stings of scorpions, and protect those who carry the plant on their person from being stung. A decoction of the root in vinegar employed as a gargle is beneficial to the teeth, and if drunk is a cure for jaundice. The seed is curative of the most obstinate maladies of the stomach. The root of hippolapithum, in particular, has the property of bringing off malformed nails, and the seed taken in wine in doses of 2 drachmae is a cure for dysentery. The seed of oxylapithum, washed in rain water, with the addition of a piece of gum acacia, about the size of a lentil, is good for patients troubled with spitting of blood. Most excellent lozenges are made of the leaves and root of this plant, with the addition of nitre and a little incense. When wanted for use, they are first steeped in vinegar. Chapter 86. Cultivated lapithum. 21 remedies. Beulah lapithum, 1 remedy. As to garden lapithum, it is good in liniments on the forehead for defluxions of the eyes. The root of it cures lichens and leprous sores, and a decoction of it in wine is remedial for scrofulous swellings, imposthumes of the parotid glands, and calculus of the bladder. Taken in wine, it is a cure for affections of the spleen, and employed as a fomentation, it is equally good for celiac affections, dysentery, and tenesmus. For all these purposes, the juice of lapithum is found to be even still more efficacious. It acts as a carminative and diuretic, and dispels films on the eyes. Put into the bath, or else rubbed upon the body without oil before taking the bath, it effectually removes all itching sensations. The root of it, chewed, strengthens the teeth, and a decoction of it in wine arrests looseness of the stomach. The leaves, on the other hand, relax it. Not to omit any particulars, Solo has added to the above varieties a Beulapathon, which differs only from the others in the length of the root. This root, taken in wine, is very beneficial for dysentery. End of section 38. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.
Section 39 of the Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 39. Chapter 87. Mustard. The 3 kinds of it. 44 remedies. Mustard, of which we have mentioned 3 different kinds when speaking of the garden herbs, is ranked by Pythagoras among the very first of those plants, the pungency of which mounts upwards. For there is none to be found more penetrating to the brain and nostrils. Pounded with vinegar, mustard is employed as a liniment for the stings of serpents and scorpions, and it effectually neutralizes the poisonous properties of the fungi. To cure an immoderate secretion of phlegm, it is kept in the mouth till it melts, or else it is mixed with hydromel, and employed as a gargle. Mustard is chewed for toothache, and is taken as a gargle with oxymel for the afflictions of the uvula. It is very beneficial also for all maladies of the stomach. Taken with food, it facilitates expectoration from the lungs. It is given too for asthma and epileptic fits, in combination with cucumber seed. It has the effect of quickening the senses, and effectively clears the head by sneezing, relaxes the stomach, and promotes menstrual discharge and the urinary secretions. Beaten up with figs and cumin in proportion of 1/3 of each ingredient, it is used as an external application for dropsy. Mixed with vinegar, mustard resuscitates by its powerful odor persons who have swooned in fits of epilepsy or lethargy, as well as females suffering from hysterical suffocations. For the cure of lethargy, tortolon is added, that being the name given to the seed of heartwort, and if the lethargic sleep should happen to be very profound, an application of it, with figs and vinegar, is made to the legs, or to the head even. Used as an external application, mustard is a cure for inveterate pains of the chest, loins, hips, shoulders, and in general for all deep seated pains in any part of the body, raising blisters by its caustic properties. In cases of extreme indurations of the skin, the mustard is applied to the part without figs, and a cloth is employed doubled where it is apprehended that it may burn too powerfully. It is used also, combined with red earth, for alopecia, itch scabs, leprosy, therasis, tetanus, and opisthotomy. They employ it also as a liniment with honey for styes on the eyelids and films on the eyes. The juices of mustard are extracted in 3 different ways: in earthen vessels in which it has been left to dry gradually in the sun. From the thin stem of the plant there exudes also a milky juice, which, when thus hardened, is remedial for toothache. The seed and root, after they have been left to steep in must, are beaten up together in a mortar, and a good handful of the mixture is taken to strengthen the throat, stomach, eyes, head, and all the senses. This mixture is extremely good, too, for fits of lassitude in females, being one of the most wholesome medicines in existence. Taken in vinegar, mustard disperses calculi in the bladder, and in combination with honey and goose grease, or else cyprian wax, it is employed as a liniment for livid spots and bruises. From the seed, first steeped in olive oil, and then subjected to pressure, an oil is extracted which is employed for rigidity of the sinews, and chills and numbness in the loins and hips. Chapter 88. Adarka, 48 Remedies. It is said that adarka, of which we have already made mention when speaking of the forest trees, has a similar nature to that of mustard, and is productive of the same effects. It grows upon the outer coat of reeds below the head. Chapter 89. Marubium or Prasine, otherwise Linostrophum, Philiopes, or Philiocaris. 29 Remedies. Most medical writers have spoken in high terms of Marubium, or horehound, as a plant of the very greatest utility. Among the Greeks it is called Prasine by some, by others Linostrophon, and by others again Philopes, or Philiocaris. It is a plant too well known to require any description. The leaves and seed, beaten up together, are good for the stings of serpents, pains of the chest and side, and inveterate coughs. The branches, too, boiled in water with panic, so as to modify its acridity, are remarkably useful for persons troubled with spitting of blood. Horehound is applied also with grease to scrofulous swellings. Some persons recommend for a cough a pinch of the fresh seed with 2 fingers, boiled with a handful of spelt, and a little oil and salt, the mixture to be taken fasting. Others again regard as quite incomparable, for a similar purpose, an extract of the juices of horehound and fennel. Taking 3 sextarii of the extract, they boil it down to 2, then add 1 sextaris of honey, after which they again boil it down to 2, and administer 1 spoonful of the preparation daily, in 1 cyathus of water. Beaten up with honey, horehound is particularly beneficial for the afflictions of the male organs. Employed with vinegar, it cleanses lichens and is very salutary for ruptures, convulsions, spasms, and contractions of the sinews. Taken in drink with salt and vinegar, it relaxes the bowels, promotes the menstrual discharge, and accelerates the afterbirth. Dried, powdered, and taken with honey, it is extremely efficacious for a dry cough, as also for gangrenes and hangnails. The juice, too, taken with honey, is good for the ears and nostrils. It is a remedy also for jaundice and diminishes the bilious secretions. Among the few antidotes for poisons it is one of the very best known. The plant itself, taken with iris and honey, purges the stomach and promotes expectorations. It acts also as a strong diuretic, though at the same time care must be taken not to use it when the bladder is ulcerated and the kidneys are affected. It is said, too, that the juice of horehound improves the eyesight. Castor speaks of two varieties of it, the black horehound and the white, which last he considers to be the best. He puts the juice of it into an empty eggshell, and then mixes the egg with it, together with honey in equal proportions. This preparation, used warm, he says, will bring abscesses to a head, and cleanse and heal them. Beaten up, too, with stale axle grease and applied topically, he says horehound is a cure for the bite of a dog. Chapter 90. Wild Thyme. 18 Remedies. Wild thyme, it is said, borrows its name, serpyllum, from the fact that it is a creeping plant, a property peculiar to the wild kind, that which grows in rocky places more particularly. The cultivated thyme is not a creeping plant, but grows upwards as much as a palm in height. That which springs up spontaneously grows the most luxuriantly, its leaves and branches being whiter than those of the other kinds. Thyme is efficacious as a remedy for the stings of serpents and the cenchrus more particularly, also for the sting of the scolopendra, both sea and land, the leaves and branches being boiled for the purpose in wine. Burnt, it puts to flight all venomous creatures by its smell, and it is particularly beneficial as an antidote to the venom of marine animals. A decoction of it in vinegar is applied for headache, with rose oil, to the temples and forehead, also for phrenitis and lethargy. It is given, too, in doses of 4 drachmae for grippings of the stomach, strangury, quinsy, and fits of vomiting. It is taken in water also for liver complaints. The leaves, given in doses of 4 oboli in vinegar for diseases of the spleen. Beaten up in 2 cyathæ of oxymel, it is used for spitting of blood. Chapter 91. Cecimbrium or Thybreum. 23 Remedies. Wild cecimbrium, by some persons called Thybreum, does not grow beyond a foot in height. The kind which grows in watery places is similar to nasturtium, and they are both of them efficacious for the stings of certain insects, such as hornets and the like. That which grows in dry locations is odoriferous, and is employed for wreaths. The leaf of it is narrower than the other kind. They both of them alleviate headache and defluxions of the eyes, Phrylinus says. Some persons, however, employ bread in addition, while others again use a decoction of the plant by itself in wine. It is a cure also for epinychus, and removes spots on the face in females by the end of 4 days, for which purpose it is applied at night and taken off in the daytime. It arrests vomiting, hiccups, grippings, and fluxes of the stomach, whether taken with the food or the juice extracted and given in drink. This plant, however, should never be eaten by pregnant women, except in cases where the fetus is dead, for the very application of it is sufficient to produce abortion. Taken with wine it is diuretic, and the wild variety expels calculi even. For persons necessitated to sit up awake, an infusion of it in vinegar is applied as a liniment to the head. Chapter 92. Linseed. 30 Remedies. Linseed is not only used in combination with other substances, but employed by itself. It disperses spots on the face in women. Its juice, too, is very beneficial to the sight. Combined with incense and water, or else with myrrh and wine, it is a cure for defluxions of the eyes, and employed with honey, grease, or wax, for imposthumes of the parotid glands. Prepared like polenta, it is good for fluxes of the stomach, and a decoction of it in water and oil, applied topically with anise, is prescribed for quinsy. It is sometimes used parched, also to arrest looseness of the bowels, and applications of it are used in vinegar for coliac afflictions and dysentery. It is eaten with raisins also for pains in the liver, and excellent electuaries are made of it for the treatment of phthisis. Linseed meal, with the addition of nitre, salt, or ashes softens rigidities of the muscles, sinews, joints, and vertebrae, as well as the membranous tissues of the brain. Employed with figs, linseed meal ripens abscesses and brings them to a head. Mixed with the root of a wild cucumber, it extracts all foreign bodies from the flesh, as well as splinters of broken bones. A decoction of linseed meal and wine prevents ulcers from spreading, and mixed with honey it is remedial for pituitous eruptions. Used with nasturtium in equal quantities, it rectifies malformed nails. Mixed with resin and myrrh, it cures affections of the testes and hernia, and with water gangrenous sores. A decoction of linseed meal with fenugreek, in the proportion of 1/6 stars of each, and hydromel, is recommended for pains in the stomach, and employed as an injection with oil or honey, it is beneficial for dangerous affections of the chest and intestines. Chapter 93. Blight. 6 remedies. Blight seems to be a plant of an inert nature, without flavor or any pungency whatever. Hence it is that in Meander we find husbands giving this name to their wives by way of reproach. It is prejudicial to the stomach, and disturbs the bowels to such a degree as to cause cholera in some. It is stated, however, that taken in wine it is good for the stings of scorpions, and that it is sometimes used as a liniment for corns on the feet, and with oil for affections of the spleen and pains in the temples. Hippocrates is of the opinion that if taken with food it will arrest the menstrual discharge. Chapter 94. Meum and Meum Anthelmanticum. 7 remedies. Meum is never cultivated in Italy except by medical men, and by very few of those. There are 2 varieties of it, the finer kind being known as Anthelmanticum, because according to some it was first discovered by Athamas, or else because, as others think, that of the best quality is found upon Mount Athamas. The leaf is similar to that of dill, and the stem is sometimes as much as 2 cubits in length. The roots, which run obliquely, are numerous and mostly black. Though sometimes white, it is not of so red a hue as the other kind. The root of this plant, pounded or boiled and taken in water, is diuretic, and is marvelously efficacious for dispelling flatulency of the stomach. It is good too for grippings of the bowels and affections of the bladder. Applied with honey to the region of the uterus, it acts as a diuretic, and is used as a liniment with parsley upon the lower region of the abdomen in infants, and has a similar effect. Chapter 95. Fennel. 22 remedies. Fennel has been rendered famous by the serpent, which tastes it, as already stated, when it casts its old skin, and sharpens its sight with the juice of this plant, a fact which has led to the conclusion that this juice must be beneficial also in high degree to the human sight. Fennel juice is gathered when the stem is swelling with the bud, after which it is dried in the sun and applied as an ointment with honey. This plant is to be found in all parts of the world. The most esteemed preparation from it is that made in Iberia, from the tear-like drops which exude from the stalk and the seed fresh gathered. The juice is extracted also from incisions made in the root at the first germination of the plant. Chapter 96. Hypomaerathron or Myrcenium. 5 remedies. There is also a wild variety of fennel, known by some persons as Hypomaerathron, and by others as Myrcenium. It has a larger leaf and a more acrid taste than the other kind. It is taller also, about the thickness of a walking stick, and has a white root. It grows in warm but stony localities. Diocles speaks too of another variety of Hypomaerathron, with a long, narrow leaf, and a seed like that of coriander. The seed of the cultivated fennel is medicinally employed in wine for the stings of scorpions and serpents, and the juice of it, injected into the ears, has the effect of destroying small worms that breed there. Fennel is employed as an ingredient in nearly all our seasonings, vinegar sauces more particularly. It is placed also beneath the undercrust of bread. The seed, in fevers even, acts as an astringent upon the relaxed stomach, and beaten up with water it allays nausea. It is highly esteemed also for the affections of the lungs and liver. Taken in moderate quantities, it arrests looseness of the bowels, and acts as a diuretic. A decoction of it is good for gripings of the stomach, and taken in drink it restores the milk. The root, taken in a peason, purges the kidneys, an effect which is equally produced by decoction of the juice or of the seed. The root is good too, boiled in wine, for dropsy and convulsions. The leaves are applied to burning tumors. With vinegar expel calculi of the bladder, and act as an aphrodisiac. In whatever way it is taken in drink, fennel has the property of promoting the secretion of the seminal fluids. It is extremely beneficial to the generative organs. Whether decoction of the root in wine is employed as a fomentation, or whether it is used beaten up in oil, many persons apply fennel with wax to tumors and bruises, and employ the root with the juice of the plant, or else with honey, for the bites of dogs, and with wine for the stings of multipeds. Hypomarathion is more efficacious in every respect than cultivated fennel. It expels calculi more particularly, and, taken with weak wine, is good for the bladder and irregularities of the menstrual discharge. In this plant the seed is more efficacious than the root. The dose of either of them being a pinch with 2 fingers, beaten up and mixed with the usual drink. Petricus, who wrote a work on serpents, and Mitron, who wrote a treatise on botany, are of opinion that there is nothing in existence of greater efficacy against serpents than Hypomarathion. Indeed, Nicander has ranked it by no means among the lowest of antidotes. Chapter 97. Hemp. 9 remedies. Hemp originally grew in the forests, where it is found with a blacker and rougher leaf than in the other kinds. Hemp seed, it is said, renders men impotent. The juice of this seed will extract worms from the ears, or any insect which may have entered them, though at the cost of producing headache. The virtues of hemp, it is said, are so great, that an infusion of it in water will cause it to coagulate. Hence it is, that if taken in water, it will arrest looseness in beasts of burden. A decoction of the root in water relaxes contractions of the joints, and cures gout and similar maladies. It is applied raw to burns, but it must be frequently changed so as not to let it dry. Chapter 98. Fennel giant. 8 remedies. Fennel giant has a seed similar to that of dill. That which has a single stem bifurcated at the top is generally thought to be the female plant. The stalks of it are eaten boiled, and pickled in brine and honey. They are recommended as particularly beneficial to the stomach. If taken, however, in too large quantities, they are apt to produce headache. The root of it in doses of 1 denarius to 2 ciathi of wine is used in drink for the stings of serpents, and the root itself is applied topically for the same purpose, as also for the cure of gripings of the stomach. Taken in oil and vinegar, it is used as a check for excessive perspirations and fevers even. The inspissated juice of fennel giant, taken in quantities the size of a bean, acts as a purgative, and the pith of it is good for the uterus, as well as for all the maladies previously mentioned. To arrest hemorrhage, 10 of the seeds are taken in drink, bruised in wine, or else with the pith of the plant. There are some persons who think that the seeds should be administered for epilepsy from the 4th to the 7th day of the moon, in doses of 1 spoonful. Fennel giant is naturally so inimical to the murena, the very touch of it even will kill that fish. Castor was of opinion that the juice of the root is extremely beneficial to the sight. Chapter 99. The thistle or scolimos. 6 remedies. We have already spoken, when treating of the garden plants, of the cultivation of the thistle. We may as well therefore not delay to mention its medicinal properties. Of wild thistles there are 2 varieties, one of which throws out numerous stalks immediately it leaves the ground, the other being the and having but a single stem. They have both of them a few leaves only, and covered with prickles, the head of the plant being protected by thorny points. The last mentioned, however, puts forth in the middle of these points a purple blossom, which turns white with great rapidity, and is carried off by the wind. The Greeks give it the name of scolimos. This plant, gathered before it blossoms, and beaten up and subjected to pressure, produces a juice which, applied to the head, makes the hair grow again when it has fallen off through alopecia. The root of either kind, boiled in water, creates thirst, it is said, in those who drink it. It strengthens the stomach also. and if we are to believe what is said, has some influence upon the womb in promoting the conception of male offspring. At all events, Glaucius, who seems to have paid the most attention to the subject, has written to that effect. The thin juice, like mastich, which exudes from these plants imparts sweetness to the breath. Chapter 100. The composition of Theriaca. But as we are now about to leave the garden plants, we will take this opportunity of describing a very famous preparation, extracted from them as an antidote against the stings of all kinds of venomous animals. It is inscribed in verse upon the stone in the temple of Aesculapius at Kos. Take 2 denarii of wild thyme, and the same quantity of alpoponix and mayim respectively, 1 denarius of trefoil seed, and of anise seed, fennel seed, ami, and parsley, 6 denarii respectively, with 12 denarii of meal of fitches. Beat up these ingredients together and pass them through a sieve, after which they must be kneaded with the best wine that can be had, and then made into lozenges of 1 victoriatus each. One of these is to be given to the patient, steeped in 3 seathi of wine. King Antiochus the Great, it is said, employed this theriaca against all kinds of venomous animals, the asps excepted. Summary. Remarkable facts, narratives, and observations 1506. Roman authors quoted: Cato the Censor, M. Varro, Pompeius Linnaeus, Sievalgius, Hyginus, Sextus Niger, who wrote in Greek, Julius Bassus, who wrote in Greek, Celsus, Antonius Castor. Foreign authors quoted: Democritus, Theophrastus, Orpheus, Leander, who wrote the Biocresta, Pythagoras, Nicander. Medical authors quoted: Chrysippus, Diocles, Ophelion, Heraclides, Icescus, Dionysius, Apollodorus of Citium, Apollodorus of Tarentum, Praxagoras, Philstonicus, Medius, Diuces, Cleophantus, Philistion, Asclepiades, Cratius, Petronius, Deodatus, Iolus, Erastoratus, Diagoras, Andreas, Nestides, Epicharmus, Damian, Dalian, Sosimenes, Tlepolemus, Metrodorus, Solo, Lycus, Olympius of Thebes, Philinus, Patricus, Micton, Glaucius, Xenocrates. End of section 39. End of the Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley.